Hey everybody, and welcome to a terrific Tuesday edition of Popstar Plus. Today, we are all about This Is Us ahead of tonight's premiere of the hit show's 6th and final season. We're going to share our chat with the entire cast, including which characters they relate to the most on a personal level. We'll have all that coming up. Plus, we're going to throw back an interview with Mandy Moore, my old buddy from my MTV days. That goes way back. But first, let's check out what all the buzz was today on Popstar. They all say hello, Jack. First up, Wheel of Fortune. Sunday's episode of Celebrity. This is Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. Has a lot of fans re-examining the lyrics to a 1977 Bee Gees classic. Now, here's what happened. Actress Raven-Symoné stepped up to the wheel to solve the 70s music theme puzzle when she was stumped by the pronunciation of just 2 letters. Watch this.
Okay, I'm gonna solve it. I, staying alive.
Can't take that. All right, say it carefully. What's up there?
No,
that's not right.
Alive, stand alive.
That's it.
What?
Yeah,
It's
you got it. You know what? It's so easy to do it. You were going instead of ha.
What?
What is going on at Wheel of Fortune?
No,
This is the second time they robbed that other girl of an Audi right on Christmas Eve.
You're right.
And now Raven-Symoné is playing for the goodwill of Southern California charity, and they're gonna nitpick on staying alive or ha. I mean, the Bee Gees were from like Manchester and then Australia. Like, they're hard to understand.
It's an outrage.
Pat Sajak, you got some
We don't
explaining to
have a
do.
global pandemic, Wheel of Fortune. Come on.
Agreed,
Get off my
Carson.
lawn. Next up, The Weeknd. On Monday, the chart-topping artist revealed he's got new music in the works. The Weeknd dropping a teaser for the new project that's called Dawn FM. Here's a little sneak peek and see if you can recognize the narrator's voice.
You are now listening to 103.5 Dawn FM. You've been in the dark for way too long. It's time to walk into the light and accept your fate with open arms.
That's Jim Carrey.
Did you catch who that is?
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, Jim Carrey. That's right.
Right.
You got it.
Very good.
They've got some weird history. There's a full circle moment for them because The Weeknd credits Jim Carrey with being his inspiration
That's right.
to ever wanting to
That's
become a
right.
performer. So the masked actor was sharing on Twitter that he was thrilled to play a part in his symphony. That new album, Dawn FM, is out on Friday. All right, let's get to this one. Get the popcorn ready. We're talking about all the top movies that are headed to the big screen this year. IMDb has revealed which titles that users have voted for as their most anticipated films of 2022. Action and adventure flicks topped that list with Jurassic World Dominion coming in at number 6. You got the return of Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard and Jeff Goldblum in the latest chapter of that dinosaur franchise. 2022 looking like a big year for the stuntmaster Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise made the list twice. Fans are dying to see him back in the captain's chair as Maverick in the upcoming Top Gun sequel. I feel like we've been waiting this movie for like 5 years.
Yeah.
And in an even more high-flying stunts, we'll see Tom in the return for Mission Impossible MI7 coming out this year. Also, sequels continue to dominate. The 5th Scream movie, these things are still making money, is at number 2 on the most anticipated list. Nev Campbell, Courtney Cox, David Arquette reunite again to thwart that terrifying masked killer Ghostface. Any idea what is the number 1 movie people are looking forward to seeing?
No
We
clue.
don't. We don't. Oh, Batman.
It is Batman.
Oh, of
It
course.
is Batman, and it's
The
not just Batman, it's Robert Pattinson's take on the iconic comic book superhero leading the pack. Great cast. Zoe Kravitz is playing Catwoman. Colin Farrell's the Penguin, and Paul Dano, one of the most underrated actors in Hollywood, is so great. He's the Riddler. So check that out. That'll hit theaters on 4th of March.
Any
Do I have
rom-coms?
time for one more? I think I do.
Seriously, where's the humor?
Never rom-com
no.
on the list.
Jeffrey
No.
Wright is Commissioner Gordon.
Savannah, these are the most anticipated movies of the year.
Gotcha.
All right, quickly, Ben Affleck. We know he can write, act, direct, but did you know that the Oscar winner can also breakdance? In a recent conversation on the Kelly Clarkson Show, Ben was revealing that him and Matt Damon and their friendship goes way back to their nylon jumpsuit wearing days on Boston's subway platforms.
We learned how to break dance, and then Matt was like, if we just get some linoleum and put it down at the subway, we could do some of our moves, and like put out a hat. So it is not a lie to say that he and I and a few other people who I won't name because they have families and they're somewhere in Boston now.
You made money breakdancing.
Who knew?
Well, I think a few of us in that same age group might be guilty of that after the movie Breaking came out. And I might have had that tracksuit and some cardboard too. Guys, it's staying alive. And now the reason why they call this show Popstar Plus, because this is the plus part of it. More headlines. We're going to start with Harry Potter. Following HBO's big New Year's release of Harry Potter's 20th anniversary reunion, 2 members of the cast are calling out an on-screen mix-up that only Fred and George Weasley would love. Actor Oliver Phelps revealing an on-screen graphic mislabeled him as twin brother James. No hard feelings, though. Apparently, the two have a long history of pulling the old twin switcheroo. Oliver writing on Instagram, I guess after all those pranks over the years, somebody decided to get their revenge. It was fantastic to be a part of the HP reunion. All right, and finally on Popstar Plus, we're gonna end it the way we started it, with a lyrical mix-up, this time with Jimmy Fallon. Now, the Tonight Show host is having some fun with some of Hollywood and music's biggest celebrities on his show, That's My Jam. But it looks like maybe they're still trying to iron out some of the kinks on the new show, because in the latest episode, Joseph Gordon-Levitt unexpectedly fell victim to Jimmy's water sprayer, even though he correctly sang the lyrics to this Bon Jovi hit. Joseph with the impressive vocal power there. And yeah, those were the actual factual lyrics to Living on a Prayer. Don't worry, Joseph and Chance both got the points for it. Those are your Popstar Plus headlines. When we come back, the cast, and I mean the entire cast of This Is Us, tells us what to expect from the beloved show's final season.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey guys, welcome back to Popstar Plus. Are you ready for a good cry tonight? Well, you're gonna get one if you're watching NBC. This Is Us is back for the show's final season, and we had the entire cast tell us what might be in store.
Mandy Moore, Milo Ventimiglia, Sterling K. Brown, Chrissy Metz, Justin Hartley, Chris Sullivan, and John Huertas. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm glad we brought you coffee. They've got their Today mugs. You needed it so early out there.
It is early. It is early.
We don't see the sun or anything.
I know. I want to walk down memory lane because I remember when this show, before it even premiered, there was buzz in the hallways here of NBC. NBC's got a great show. It's addictive. You've got to see This Is Us. Mandy, did you ever, in your wildest dreams, imagine it would be the success and the phenomenon that it became?
Absolutely not. I think we all knew what a special show like that first episode was, but to be a part of something that has the sort of like immediate affection of the audience. Like the audience has been with us since episode 1, and it's incredible. I can't believe like 6 seasons in, here we are. Like we're such a family. It's so nice to be able to celebrate all these incredible milestones together.
Sterling, I know people stop you guys on the street all the time, and they don't just say, we like your show.
They say your show changed me. Your show changed the way I interact with my spouse, changed the way I speak to my mom. This is different than being on probably any other show you've ever been on.
It is different. I mean, I got a really good reaction to Supernatural, but it was different on this show, I would say. I've had a woman come up to me one time who had a child strapped to her chest. She was walking around, she saw me, and she goes, I adopted this baby because of you. And she goes, not you, but your character. I have people come up to me and say, I just quit my job because of you. And I was like, hey, Randall didn't tell you to quit your job. But he's like, I was already close enough to making the decision, and watching that episode put me over the edge. It affects people in a really profound way. And it's nice for us because we're in a bubble shooting it, and then we go out into the world and we see how it affects people, and it's like, we're doing something that means something to other people.
Well, you know, also I was thinking, not only do you change viewers' lives, your lives have changed so much in these past 6 seasons. Chrissy, I think about you. I mean, you came on the scene. I mean, suddenly everyone knows you. You sing, in addition to being a wonderful actress. What has this journey been like for you?
I mean, I know Justin likes to say I got a new car, and it's true. And it's true.
She got an electric car.
I got an electric car. I'm just, I never thought it would be possible, and obviously my life has changed in ways I never thought would even be imaginable. So, I mean, I get to pursue things that I dreamt about, you know, as far as singing, and of course, you know, getting outside of a desk when I was a talent agent. So, you know, it's hard when you're watching everybody pursue their dreams and you're like, will it ever be me? And the fact that it has been, and I've got to work with literally the best and people in the whole wide world in the business and learn from them every day. It's like, I know you try to get me emotional at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't do it. It's going to happen, but don't do it.
Well, you know what? I got to say, Justin, I think for a lot of people who work together, there are work friends and then there are friends. There are people who are bonded. It's clear just watching your show that you know that it's a real bond. But you're sitting next to your bestie right there. I mean, Sterling is your guy. Talk about how the friendships have formed over these seasons.
Aww.
It's a lot of blackmail. He's got a lot on me. No. It's look, I mean, everybody here, I think we all started off acting, maybe not you so much, you're brilliant, but maybe not you so much, acting before the show, and when you're young, you sort of don't appreciate things as much as you probably should, and then, you know, we come here, we're all a little bit older. Not old, but older. And we knew what we had. We didn't know it was going to get this reception, but we knew it was something special, and we kind of took care of it like it was our child. And we love the show, and we love each other. And, you know, when you spend this much time with people, you learn about their personal lives and about their struggles and their history and their legacy and all of that. And it becomes something that is this family.
Milo, I know we're not allowed to give too much away about the plot points of this final season, but do you think people are going to be happy with how everything is resolved?
I think people are going to be satisfied with a full heart. At least I think that's kind of the hope. You know, understanding the journey of what these characters have been through, this family, everything. They've been through a lot, but I think what they've ultimately done, what they've ultimately accomplished, is showing other people that it's possible. And even in, you know, heartbreak or heroics or celebration or anything, there's this full heart. And even if things are coming to an end, it doesn't mean that you have to be despondent about it or upset about it. It's something that is full. So I'm hoping that people are going to be very satisfied and feel like, wow, I saw this wonderful story with these wonderful characters that are just like me, and I've closed the book on it, and I can also flip it back over, open the book, and start it back up again.
Well said.
That's
By the way,
good. I like that.
You're a poet.
You know what they say about clear eyes and full hearts, right?
I like that.
Can't lose.
Hey, Chris, you know what I like? This show is so serious. There's so many tissues, and everyone's always, you know, we're all weeping watching it. But there's always a jokester in the house, okay? And I'm looking at him in the back. That's your role.
Yeah.
Hello? What are you talking about me? Where are you?
Let him go.
It's like you wind him up.
I've enjoyed filling that space in this show, and I've especially enjoyed getting to play some of those maybe lighter moments with my fellow castmates, especially this guy right here. He has a mischief in his eye that I cannot refuse. And whenever we're on screen together, I have a really hard time keeping it together.
Who's gonna cry the hardest, John, when the last bit of the season ends? Is it gonna be you? Who's gonna need the most tissues?
Not me. I'm cold as ice.
It's dead inside of Francis.
It's probably going to be Sterling. He's just such a baby.
Oh, speaking of babies, Mandy, how's that sweet little boy?
He's the best. He's the best. Thank you. It's so much fun.
Well, we're looking at little Gus, and we're so excited. We're just. Thank you for sharing those with us. You guys, thank you for giving us this incredible program. We can't wait for this final season.
All right, there they all were. And after the break, even more with the gang from This Is Us as they tell us which character they relate to the most. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
And we're back with more of our conversation from the entire cast of This Is Us ahead of the final season episode tonight. Like, not just it's the ending of the whole thing. This time, the actors are opening up about which character, on a personal level, they relate to the most, and their answers may surprise you.
I relate to all of the characters in one way or another. I think that's part of the fascinating part about the show is the writing is so specific and the characters are so detailed that there's some little way for anybody to connect and to find their way into this story. But I mean, obviously, Toby is the closest character I've ever played to myself. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that's just how it's evolved over the seasons, but yeah, I think Toby and I are probably still pretty close.
Of course, yeah, I can't walk away from Jack. I mean, I got a beard and the hair and whatnot, but you know, I definitely can connect to every single character on this show. I mean, the human struggles of what everyone experiences, you know, I mean, there's moments where, let's say, William and that desire to hang on to life, but it just slips through his fingers like smoke. I mean, I definitely feel that one all the time. Randall's want to always do good. Definitely identify with that. Kevin, I mean, I'm an actor. I 1000% identify with Kevin in like maybe a micro way, which probably means like a massive way. It's everybody. I mean, everybody. There's not one person, one member of the cast that I think I couldn't see myself in any given moment. Just depends on the moment.
I feel like I identify the most with maybe Beth, just because I am a new mom and also a working actor. So I feel like, as we've seen in Beth's story, she's kind of always trying to find the balance between her dance studio and her passion in life and being a mother. So I think I identify a lot with that kind of struggle and finding that balance.
Besides relating so closely to my own character of Uncle Nicky, I would say I relate to Kevin, oddly enough. You know, being an actor, I think his vanity and neurosis and ambition and conflict with his own ambition and his sort of problems and in relationships, his sort of problems strike me as familiar.
Oh gosh, if not Kevin, oh gosh, you know, for so many, sometimes I want to say Beth. I feel like she's doing a lot of juggling. She manages a lot of things. People rely on her quite a bit. She gives good advice, that kind of thing. And also, I was gonna say Nicky. He's got, you know, grit, and hard to keep him down. At least I hope that about myself. Gosh, I'm trying to think of, I said Beth. I think Beth would be the one that I would relate to the most.
I don't know that it's so much now, but I know for like the first 4 seasons at least, it was Kevin. I definitely understood his journey, and you know, I would always tell Justin, I was like, you're my favorite. I could identify with what he was going through, and I understood. There was something about him that, I don't know if it was his need to want to go deeper, or his need to really find himself, his need to just not be this one thing as an actor, and to go deeper into himself and kind of build a family and all these things. That felt really honest for me. I was like, oh, okay, I totally get that. And I get how he would mess up and that he wasn't perfect, and I got that he really wasn't, you know, trying to be this vain guy who only thinks about himself. I don't think that's who he was. I think that's who he got pigeonholed as or whatever, but I guess there was so much more going on under the surface. That's what made me really connect to his character, because I could see all the things that were going on. It was really, really interesting to me. And I also think Justin Hartley plays the hell out of it, so yeah, it was Kevin for the longest time, definitely.
Well, we've absolutely loved having the This Is Us crew on our show year after year after year. What a huge success to them. We're looking forward to the twists and turns of this final season. So good luck to them. Coming up, we're going to stick with our This Is Us theme with a moment from our vault. We'll dig into the vault and pull out an old interview with Mandy Moore. Coming up.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, the news never stops.
The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, is Popstar Plus. Welcome back. It's time for our This Is Us themed From the Vault clip. We're going back to 2004 for this one. We caught up with a then 19-year-old Mandy Moore as her film Chasing Liberty was just being released. Take a look.
I know that the producer of this movie said if you weren't going to do it, he wasn't going to do it. He really had you in mind for the part. You play the president's daughter.
I do.
Anna. And what makes you think that you might have been, not what makes you think, but why do you think you were tailor-made for this role?
That's
just
overwhelming
as he did?
to think that I was tailor-made for this role. I guess I brought a bit of truth to the character. Obviously, when I first read the scripts, I could find the parallels in our lives. Being scrutinized and kind of put under the microscope, of course, living that life to that extreme is something that I know nothing about. But I was excited just to kind of do my first romantic comedy, and we shot it in London, Prague, and Venice this summer. So it was the greatest summer vacation ever. And really wonderful people involved with the project. Mark Harmon, Jeremy Piven, Matthew
He plays the
Good.
president, by the way, Mark Harmon.
He plays my father, in fact, and he's so handsome. All the ladies were swooning on stage.
handsome,
whenever he
isn't
would
he?
come onto the soundstage, oh, he's amazing and so great in the film. But it was just a perfect project to kind of be a part of.
Now you play, as I mentioned, Anna, the president's daughter, and
Mhm.
she's struggling with being the president's daughter, as you mentioned, because she is under so much scrutiny, and frankly, she doesn't have any of the freedom that most teenagers are allowed to have at that point in her life. And we've got a clip, and this is a clip of you talking to your dad the morning after
He's ruined a date.
Secret Service agents completely destroyed a date you had. So let's take a look.
I don't want some guy who wears his sunglasses inside the house at night, sorry Phil, listening in on my dinner dates. That is such a total abuse of power. I am 18 years old and I want to go out on a date without a posse of guys in bad suits, sorry Harper, hiding behind every tree. Nothing is private.
Sweetie, I am just trying to protect you.
Dad, you know, I'm not that little 12-year-old girl who would only dance with you at your inaugural ball.
Now the president promises you a night out on the town free of Secret Service agents.
Yes, and of course that doesn't come to fruition.
He reneges on his promise.
Yeah,
and so you run away, you crazy girl.
Well, I guess she just wants to shun her responsibilities and get away, and she's a lot more free than I am, because I can't imagine just leaving everything behind, traveling throughout Europe with a stranger, not knowing where I'm going to stay.
You kind of resisted getting sort of being more provocative. Is that a conscious thing, a conscious decision that you've made? I mean, certainly I know that you've been offered roles that are a little more provocative, and
even in this film, I was expected to kind of, my character just decides to strip down and jump into a river naked, and I wasn't. I'm a pretty modest girl, so I decided to kind of get a body double to fill in for me at this point. But it becomes a conscious decision to be yourself and to maintain a sense of self. And you always have the pressures to kind of give in, whether it's a magazine cover or whether it's a film, to kind of bear it all. But it's not me. Not to diss those that feel free enough to kind of, confident enough to do that.
Or who want to do that, or want to go in that direction. But do you think that to be commercial these days, it seems like sexiness is so required, and frankly, it's sexiness bordering on sleaziness these days.
I'm not a fan of it, but I guess it is sort of the easy route to take because it is what gets all the coverage, whether in the media or whatever it may be. But I'm happy to I'm content to be myself, dress the way that I dress, and I don't know.
I guess a lot of people appreciate it, though. Do you hear comments from, for example, mothers who say, thank you for not going that direction?
It's so flattering and unbelievable. It's the ultimate compliment for a mother, or even someone my own age, to come up to me and say, thank you for being yourself. Thank you for dressing the way that you dress. And it's a little odd to kind of receive those compliments, but I'm very happy with that.
Boy, that takes me back, because I've known Mandy for a very long time. I know her family. I knew her back when she was just a teenager on the old MTV TRL days. It has been so fun to watch her career blossom in her life, and that's a pretty crazy then and now, I guess. So, all right, that's another great episode of Popstar Plus, if I do say so myself. We hope that you'll join us again tomorrow, because we're going to be here. We're going to do it all again, whether you're here or not. One of my favorites is going to be here, Jim Gaffigan. So until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I am Ernestine Shepherd. I am 85 years of age, and guess what? I've still got it.
Still got it, indeed. This octogenarian athlete refuses to let anything stop her.
My mantra is determined, dedicated, disciplined to be fit. To get out and exercise, I don't let anything get in the way.
Ernestine's journey to health and fitness started when she was 56 years old, with a promise to her sister Velvet shortly before she passed away.
She held her head up and said, I want you to promise me that you will continue to help others to live a positive, confident lifestyle.
So Ernestine started working out daily, and at the age of 71, she took her training to the next level and entered her first bodybuilding competition.
I was the oldest one there. Next thing I knew, I came in first place.
Then came a call from the folks at Guinness World Records.
I was the oldest female competitive bodybuilder in the world. It wasn't just wonderful for me, it was wonderful that I was fulfilling her dreams and then plus helping others.
Even now, Ernestine does not show signs of slowing down.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm at the gym at 7 o'clock in the morning. I have done 11 marathons. And just 3 weeks ago, I did a half marathon. I don't feel like I'm 85. Age is absolutely nothing but a number.
Oh, man, that's amazing. Join us from her home in Baltimore, Miss Ernestine Shepherd herself. What a joy it is to meet you. And we were struck by so many beautiful things you said in that piece. And one is, you said no matter what, you exercise, no matter the weather, no matter what. What keeps you motivated, Miss Ernestine?
What keeps me motivated is that I made a promise to my sister that I would constantly go out and exercise and help others. And that has been my dream. And my mantra is determined, dedicated, disciplined to be fit. And that is why I do the things that I do.
Yes.
I mean, when I listen to you, I'm like, okay, there's so many of us that find excuses, right?
A million
to not
excuses.
get to the gym, to not live our best lives, to not take care of ourselves. For those that just want to get started, what's your advice?
My advice to people who want to get started, I first say the easiest thing to do is to get out and start walking. Because my goodness, it doesn't cost you anything. All you have to do is put your clothes on and go out and walk. And make certain you do about a half an hour when you first start out. And then later on, take it further and
Well, you're an incredible person. And I was just thinking, because a lot of people, when you think, well, I'm in my 50s and I've never worked out, you just don't think it's actually going to be in the cards for you. But yet somehow you started there and wound up getting the gold medal prize at that bodybuilding event. I mean, what was that moment like when they put that medal around your neck?
When they put that medal around my neck, oh, I just felt just so great. And I said to myself, you have done it. You have done it for your sister Velvet. And that was the joy that I felt.
All right. Well, we do want to know if you, would you mind showing us a few moves? Because we'd love to have a little of what you're having.
Yeah, we hear that in some of your classes you have.
Can you get up and help show us how how to do a couple of moves, Miss Ernestine? Do you mind?
You know what I'm going to do first? Yeah. I'm going to show you some moves on the floor.
Okay.
And then after you off the floor, then I'm going to watch and see you do some bicep curls and some tricep curls.
Okay.
And if you see what I'm doing on the floor, come on, do it, okay?
Yes,
you got it. Yes, indeed.
All right, we're going to do crunches. Crunches are very, very important.
Okay.
I'm going to get...
Do you know that in some of her classes, Hoda, she has her people do 800 push-ups. Did I read that right?
Oh my
200
God.
crunches.
200 crunches.
200 crunches.
All right, we may only have time for the crunches, but we are going to get down here with you. All right. So what do we do? Lay down? We're going to do it. If she's doing it, we're doing it.
We're doing it.
I mean, come on. Okay. We're doing it. Okay, we're ready. Okay, careful.
Okay.
Okay, my mic.
There you go, Miss Ernestine. Oh,
yeah. You got to do, okay.
Oh.
So there are those, oh. Miss Ernestine, we have to say you're kind of putting us to shame already. We just have a minute to say goodbye to you and to say thank you. But we want to thank you, and you're such an inspiration, Miss Ernestine, to so many people, to us especially. So thank you for coming on and talking with us today.
Oh, you're welcome, and I love you, ladies.
Oh, we love you.
We love you
want to come and take one of your classes.
Yeah, we do.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Breakout internet star.
That's right. She's a 37-year-old mom of 3 from Pennsylvania who decided to train for a marathon that I think was canceled, I'm not sure, and started posting that journey online.
Well, now, Erin Azar, she's logged hundreds of miles. She's gained hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok. They're all cheering her on every step of the way. We're going to talk to our pal Erin in just a minute. But first, a look at how she got here. Erin Azar, who calls herself Mrs. Space Cadet online.
Good morning. Here's another installment of a slightly overweight person who drinks too much beer trying to train for a marathon.
Definitely is not your average fitness influencer.
On my mark, get set, go. I'm just gonna run as fast as I can. Do I look cool?
The running mom, now an online sensation with her bright headbands and foggy glasses.
Okay, these are useless.
Logging hundreds of miles and gaining more than 600,000 followers on TikTok.
Hi, my name's Erin. I'm known here on TikTok for struggle running and struggle lifing.
Her funny and engaging videos getting millions of views, sharing the very real struggles of running and training for a marathon.
Let's go spend half our day running 16 miles in a really bad mood. Do I feel like running today? No. I am not feeling good. 2 miles in and I'm walking. Sometimes this is what marathon training looks like. Help. It doesn't always go well and it doesn't look pretty.
The 37-year-old Pennsylvania mom started running after having her third child 2 years ago.
I was feeling insane in the membrane, insane in the brain, and I felt like getting out to get exercise would help. I was desperate enough to exercise. So I tried running 1 mile. It was hard, super hard. But afterward, I felt like a little sense of relief, and I kept going and decided to run a marathon because why start small?
And despite several marathon COVID cancellations, she kept going, inspiring others with her videos, even striking her now trademark pose to show off her outfits before each run. Joining us now is the running TikToker herself, Erin. Erin, how are you?
Oh my gosh.
Erin, Savannah and I were laughing because we were watching your TikTok and you're like, what am I going to say on the Today Show? What are they going to ask me? How am I going to act? So have you decided what your vibe's going to be this morning?
Well, you know what? I asked my followers and who I like to call friends, and they said, wear your running outfit of the day, duh, and be yourself.
100%.
It made me feel so much better.
You know why, Erin? Because I bet you've doubled your followers just now. We're in love with you. You're amazing. You're inspiring. But how shocking is it to you that you have become this sensation?
Mm-hmm. It's insane to me. I don't understand. Before I started all this, social media was perfect looking runners, perfect paces. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to show, thigh chafing and the ugly side of things. And what's the worst that can happen? They don't like me? Wow.
One of the funniest things I think you said, Erin, that I loved was you said you can't believe how long it takes to pass a walker when you're running.
Yes.
Describe what that feels like.
You can see them up ahead, and at this point, I can judge, and sometimes it's not even worth it. I just turn around and I go the other way. If they're walking fast, it's going to take too long.
So how did this start, Erin? The marathon, I love you start the video, you say, hi, I'm Erin, I run a 13-minute mile, and I'm training for a marathon that was canceled. Where did this begin and end, and what is the training session now? I think you have an 18-miler coming up, true?
I do. It's on October 10th, Long Beach Island, New Jersey, and the island is 18 miles long. So I thought, you know what? My marathon was canceled. I'll sign up for that. At least, hopefully, I can run with real people.
Hey, Erin, what's the message you have to folks who are thinking, I can't do this? It's just too much. What's your advice?
That's where I started, and that's why I started posting, because I'm like, I need to find someone that looks like me and runs a little slow. And that is my advice, is don't look at anybody else. Look at where you are and how you're running. And honestly, don't even compare yourself to yourself, because you might have a really good run and then a bad run, but just stick with it. It's so worth it.
I'm digging the outfits. That may be one of my favorite parts. How do you select what you're going to wear each day to go out for your run?
I really choose whatever makes me happy. If I'm not in a really good mood, I'll wear my Team Struggle Run tank top. If I'm feeling real happy, I'll wear something super bright, maybe a banana costume. You never know.
Erin, so you're a mom and you're doing this, and it started out as something fun to do, but it clearly has taken your life in a different direction. Does this now feel like, I don't know, it's your calling, it's your journey?
I really do feel like that. And that didn't even start until I started getting all these comments and messages saying, you inspired me to run my first mile, or you inspired me to sign up for a 5K. I never thought I'd inspire anybody to do anything. So that was huge for me. So yeah, I'm going to keep going.
Well, as parents of little kids here, a lot of us, we understand also the good part of just being out of the house for a few hours.
Right.
Let's just call
Even
it what
with
it
a
is.
low-grade
What do the kids think about this, Erin?
And Dan.
The kids, well, they don't really know what I do. My oldest says, my mom makes videos. And I'm like, yeah, we'll leave it at that. If I get recognized in public, my 4-year-old was with the one time and he's like, Mama, why was she so excited? And I'm like, I think she saw your sick bike moves, buddy. And he's like, yeah, just rings his little bell. So they're a little out of tune with it. They're a bit young, but I hope they're proud of me.
Well, they are. Erin, you said you had dance moves.
Yeah, before we let you go, we need to see number one, outfit of the day.
Here we go.
And some dance moves, because that is the real reason we
called. I don't know if you're ready for this.
We're ready.
I like your outfit.
Outfit looking good.
The sunscreen pose.
I like that.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. And we got music, or I just do my interpretive dance?
Fix it and post.
Erin,
Azar, you are bringing so much joy and inspiration. Thank you. Are you going out for a run right now?
Yeah, do you guys want to come with?
No, but listen, Aaron on her runs, you will have like secret stash of water bottles and cornfields and stuff. Yeah. For the 18-miler, if you need us to go stash some the night before, we'll do it for you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, I appreciate you guys. You're officially on my team.
And I think she needs a sportswear sponsor while we're at it. Like Nike, this is who you should support.
By the way, that's a
in her
great
head.
idea.
Yeah.
And by the way, Aaron, we are going to tag along with you. You're going to go on your jog in a little bit, and we're going to tag along to see what it feels like. So thank you, Aaron.
I'm going to take you guys on all the scenes.
Thank you, Aaron. Go get them.
Go get them.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
So much for making time for this, and you are an itch specialist. And I want to talk to you about runner's itch. So I don't know if you're a runner, but I am, and I'm up to 10 miles per week, super proud. But when I first started off, I would be in the crescendo of my run and then have an aggressive itching sensation in my thighs. So much so that I would have to literally stop and scratch my legs, which threw off my pace and my momentum. And I'm wondering what is happening in our bodies when we get this itchiness while running.
So I am not a runner. I was actually more of a swimmer. I love to swim. And this is a little bit less of a problem with that, but there are many sports outside of running that can actually lead to itch. In terms of the physiology of why one experiences itch, we believe it's linked to the need for vasodilation in the skin. As your body is heating up and has increased oxygen demands, your blood vessels are working very hard to supply, and your cardiac output, right, is increasing in order to supply oxygen and increase your blood flow to your muscles. It is also trying to cool off your body at the same time. So in order to help you evaporate some of that heat and thermoregulate appropriately. And in that fundamental reflex or process of trying to increase blood flow and also increase blood flow specifically in the skin to allow sweating and thermoregulation, we believe that there is some axon reflex, so neural reflex, where there is a discussion essentially between the nerves in the skin, so what we call cutaneous or skin nerves, as well as the blood vessels, and then the nerves and how they innervate the sweat glands. And some of the chemical neurotransmitters and the chemicals released even by the blood vessels themselves that then talk to the nerves, and those released by the nerves that then talk to the blood vessels will increase, will also lead to itch. So that's probably the most, common and just fundamental process that happens, because again, some of those chemicals combine to what we believe are itch receptors, or receptors that are and channels that are on nerves that can really modulate or induce a type of itching sensation. Some people don't experience itch, they experience like prickling or burning instead of itch, but they really, these sensory phenomena travel together.
Is there anything that we can do to prevent this from happening before we get ready for a run? How should we prepare so that we don't have to aggressively start itching in the middle of Central Park, which I admittedly have done?
Let me tell you, first of all, it can be seasonal. So it's more often the case that this happens when it's cooler outside. So I don't know if you were getting this in the winter versus the summer, but I would bet you that it's more likely to get this. Like today, it's like 90 degrees outside. So I think it would be much less likely, since your skin is, you're all sweaty when you run now, but it's more common when it's cold outside for people to get this runner's itch, or sometimes in the fall. And as we head into fall marathon season, we're going to have a lot of people who are getting itchy skin. The best way to think about preventing it is, first of all, you want to figure out, is this on exposed skin versus unexposed skin? Does that make a difference for you? Is the cold air causing it? Is that part of the problem? And so you can kind of get a feeling on maybe are parts of your body that are covered up itchy or less itchy than parts that are exposed to the air. And so you can kind of make those modifications, either wear shorts or wear longs, depending. And then number two is, sometimes things like a little bit of an Advil or a Motrin before you run, an anti-inflammatory, can help make a difference for some of the more significant cases of this. Some people get this and they get it all the time. Some people get this, they get it for a while and it goes away. I wish I could tell you it was related to, the more you run, the less likely you are to get it, but it's not really true. We don't totally understand why some people get this and some don't. We also don't know why some people have it keep going on. So it's a great question, and I don't have a great answer for you, except to tell you that it's generally not a big deal. And like many problems in medicine, if you give it a little bit of time, it'll go away by itself.
We're tackling fall fitness.
Yeah, so we have some ways to spice up your workout as the weather gets colder.
Here to help us is orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Vonda Wright. Dr. Wright, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me today.
Absolutely. So as our weather is getting cooler, we're getting outside and trying to work out, you got to protect our lungs.
You know what? Just when you thought we were done with these, where the weather's turning colder, we had a nor'easter. So what we need to do to protect our lungs is actually warm the air. We do that with either a scarf or one of these gator masks so as you're outside, everything warm goes in your lungs, because otherwise it can tighten up.
Yeah.
You're right. You'll make a lot of secretions, which just gets in the way of good workouts,
that doesn't
right?
sound good.
Okay, let's not do that.
That just does not sound good.
So you're saying like Al rides his bicycle.
Yes.
So are you saying that he should wear
when it's cold, when it's below freezing, if you're out, please put something to protect your air passages so you warm up, especially if people are susceptible to asthma.
Yeah, no, I agree. Honestly, wearing my mask last season, I recognized it was actually helpful in that way. When I was around the trees and stuff, it didn't bother me as much.
All right, so let's get over to our workout station. You got some stuff for us.
Well,
We're going to kick off our heels here.
Yes, please do. The other thing we have to do now that the weather gets cold is we actually need to warm up a little bit. We can't just rush outside.
Right.
So sometimes I like people to do this in their houses. So the average staircase is 17 steps. So if you just warm up for 10 minutes going up and down your staircase in your house, you can not waste the first part of your workout, but everything will be warmed up. Our muscles need to work at optimal temperature.
You know what? This makes it so that we don't have any excuse. Even if you just have one little stair somewhere in your home.
I know, you can do
You can do this. You can watch TV and do this.
Another way I like people to warm up is a quick jumping jack in their house, right? Just get the blood pumping.
Okay. How many do you say to do?
I like 10 minutes of good warm up.
10 minutes.
Because then here's the other advantage. You can go outside with no layers on. You're already warmed up.
Right.
You know, when you go outside, you got to strip off layers everywhere. This prevents that.
Okay, that's
Both things we can do at home. Now we have these pumpkins.
So let's talk a little pumpkin spice. It is, that time of year. So we have the 2-pound variety or the 10-pound. What I want you to do is actually use this like your medicine ball or your kettlebell. So Jill wants to do a Roman.
Oh, those are good.
She wants to do a Roman twist.
Yeah.
I want to do with you guys the wood chopper. So you just squat down, pumpkin to the side, and bring it up like you're swinging a golf club. This works your entire core, your back. Isn't that fun?
I do this with kettlebells.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what this takes.
How many
the place
times
of.
on each side?
We do 10 times on each side, and you can use this for squats. I demonstrated doing this before. This is kind of a heavy pumpkin. You know what? But you can totally do this.
There are a lot of people who have decorations on their, front porches. Just go outside, grab your pumpkin, come inside, do these things.
That's exactly right.
Put them right back.
Before you toss it in the garbage.
Yeah.
But
Plus, it's fun.
But 10 minutes is better than nothing. I mean, I think a lot of people think if I can't do an hour, then it's not worth it.
No, it's cumulative, right? 10 minutes between sets is really great.
You got this jump rope here. What's the deal?
Here, you know what? Working out does not have to be all hard stuff, right? We can play. There's a lot of research that shows that playing is great for adults. So this is what we thought of for here. But, just grab this, bring back the past.
Yeah, this
Right, it's been a while for me too.
A mic pack's coming up.
10 minutes on a jump rope is a great workout, right? And it's not easy. You can be able to do it with your friends.
Dr. Von der Wright, we probably should have done this before we'd been drinking.
Yeah. You've already had the best part of the day.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for Unscripted. We love when you guys send us questions. We have a friend of ours who we don't know her, but her name's Alice.
Yes, she's from Texas.
Do we know Alice's last name? Maybe you'll tell it to us as we go. Alice from Texas wants to know what exercise we do. If there's like one go-to exercise, what's your go-to?
My favorite thing over the pandemic was, and I'm trying to speed up the fast getting my heart rate up, but was to walk.
Oh, walking.
I love walking, and I'll walk.
How long?
Long time. Like
what?
an hour and a half.
and a half?
Sometimes I'll walk that long and I'll listen to music or podcast and just.
And do your girls like walking?
Yes, we do a little hiking club. So sometimes if you don't have your steps in, take your kids outside and walk around the neighborhood.
And you call it a hiking club?
That's the hiking club, and we talk. You can't even believe what your kids say when you're just
emotion,
walking. What
not
about
staring
you?
at them.
Yes.
I like to jog, and it again, like I figure it's a time for me just to be by myself, and I just like to go.
And you go fast?
No, I'm super, super, super slow, but I love it, and I love the feeling, like that flushed feeling that you get when you're done. I don't think you get it from anything else.
No,
nothing
exercise
inside.
is. I think probably Lori Santos would say how good exercise is for our happiness.
COVID is also apparently impacting our vocabulary, according to Merriam-Webster. They released their list of new words. Every once in a while they add words to the dictionary. So here we go. One of them we've all used recently, super spreader. That is now in the dictionary. Other words being added, air fryer. Something a lot of people purchased during the pandemic.
But I thought air fryers had been around for a
while.
while.
They have, but
I guess they're not officially in the dictionary.
Right. You have to earn your spot in the dictionary. Another thing a lot of people picked up during the pandemic, dad bod. Will Smith made that popular. And then there's also faux hawk. That's like a mohawk without the shaved sides in the back.
Like a mullet?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm not
like
cool enough to have a
faux hawk is a mullet.
And then look about this one. It says slang. Am I right?
Am I right?
Yeah, am I right?
Oh, I thought that was like a mineral or something.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's Amorite.
We're just not
Am
cool
I right?
enough.
Pete Breen,
Am I right?
our producer, uses that a lot.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. He says, am I right a lot.
And he has a faux hawk, which is
not true. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crab since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People have been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 minutes and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth. It's like walking to somebody's home they're happy to have you. You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidleys, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, that we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of 79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with families. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
Just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
I sleep with her. She won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
right.
Nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out.
Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community.
The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it been pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them. And it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster. Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you have people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, oh, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's staying by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
kind of
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, there's
yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because, I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and trying to crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's the piece.
Yes, yes. crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Al, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
Happy New Year! I'm Stephanie Rule, and welcome to On the Money Today. Millions of Americans every year vow to get better and smarter with their New Year's resolutions. They want to eat healthier, exercise more, and lose a couple pounds. Those are all top resolutions we hear year after year, and it's great. It is great to want to improve your physical health, but I'm going to challenge you to think about a different kind of goal: your financial health. Just like you might cut out cookies and add more veggies to your diet, I want you to add more mindfulness to your spending and really reboot your savings habits. Today, we're going to start 2022 off right with my own personal money rules, the 3 most important financial resolutions to help you gain control of your money. First, if you want to save more, and who doesn't, you got to make a budget. And if you want to make a budget you can actually stick to, my money rule: track it. You need to track every single dollar you spend, just like you might track every calorie when you go on a diet. But before you can decide where your money problems are, you've got to track your money so you know where exactly your money is going. It's not hard to do. You can use an app, you can use a notebook, you can put it in the draft of an email. However you can actually get it done, do it. Get the information you need. My next money rule: pay down your debts. And I realize, easier said than done, but in order to start paying down your debts, you got to have a plan. Getting started with that plan is hard, but you need to know exactly what you owe. Go over every single one of your bills. Pull them out of the closet, out of that shoebox. Figure out your bills, all of your loans, how much you owe to each lender, and most importantly, what the interest rate is on every single bit of that. That's going to help you figure out a game plan and help you save on those torturous fees that none of us like paying. And my last one: how are we going to spend less? And I don't mean fewer dollars. I mean spending less on the stuff that doesn't actually matter. All of us are guilty of spending when we're tired, when we need a mood boost, any number of reasons: impulse buying, emotional spending. This is the year we're going to stop that. I want to challenge you to spend more mindfully, shop smart, and really give each dollar a purpose. And you're in luck. I have gathered a team of superstar experts to help you make a plan for each one of these resolutions. And I want to start with someone extra special: Ashley Feinstein-Gersley. She's the author of Financial Adulting. She is here to help us create a budget. Ashley, we need this help because it's easy to say, oh, make a budget, but nobody does it. Because creating a budget is a lot like doing a chore, and nobody likes a chore. I know you have an inspiring way to do this. A lot of people are going, there is no such a thing. There is no inspirational budget, but you've got one, so walk us through it.
You're 100% right. Budgets need a reframe, and that's why I call budgets happiness allocations. I think it's a much better way to describe them because they're just a plan for how we're going to strategically allocate our money in the way that's going to make us the happiest.
I agree with you. If you're going to have a beautiful home, you need a great foundation. You need the best architect, and that's you. So for those who have never done it, how do you go about creating a budget? Is there a certain equation we should use?
So we start with the budgeting equation, which is our income, the amount that hits our bank account, and we subtract our expenses and our goals. And then we have what's left over. And if what's left over is positive, then that's great. Our budget is working. But if we take our income minus our expenses and our goals and it's negative, then our budget's not currently workable, or our income is not able to cover our expenses and goals.
Here's one of the issues. A lot of times we don't include lots of our spending in a budget. And then at the end of the month, we've got a huge credit card bill or we have no money left and we can't figure out how that happened because when we created that budget, we only had our insurance, our rent, our car payments, and it didn't include all the other stuff we spend on.
Definitely. And I think it's really easy to leave things in our budget. I almost view it as a living document. We're always going to be updating it. We'll have lifestyle changes, but we tend to leave out the little things, and those can add up, especially if they're happening in a bunch of different categories and over months. And we also have this optimistic tendency to round down. And it could be rounding down to the dollar, rounding down to the $10, or just estimating. So as exact as we can be with our budget, by looking back on the last 12 months of what we've been spending, strategically thinking about what's happening different this year, the more our budget will reflect reality.
Okay, that's the framework. Take us to the emotion. Let's say we have created the budget, but something that's really hard to do is sticking to it. Whether it's going out for a meal, getting a coffee, buying new clothes, those things aren't in our budget, and we can often bust that budget. So do you have any tips to sticking to it?
Yes, sticking to it is so important because it's actually the key to budgeting success. So first, let's keep it realistic, even though it will be optimistic. If we are cutting things out cold turkey or drastically cutting our expenses, we're setting ourselves up for failure. So we want to make realistic changes. We want to keep it simple. If it's too complicated, it's going to be tedious and too much work to keep it up. We also want to create time to actually sit down and work on our budget. And I call this time a money party, which budgeting gets a reframe, so do our money meetings. Get cozy, put on some music, have your favorite beverage, and spend some time budgeting. And then I'd say the last tip I have, and probably the most important tip, is to be kind to ourselves. As financial adults, we're always learning and growing. We're going to make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, so we just want to be kind to ourselves as we're growing and learn from those mistakes.
Realistic, optimistic, and kind. If that's not a great way to start the year, I don't know what is. Ashley, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for these tips. I know I certainly need them. Coming up, if you are paying down debt on credit cards or student loans, you don't want to go anywhere. This segment is for you. You're going to need this one. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey there, I'm Stephanie Rule, and welcome back to On the Money. We're taking a look at our top 3 financial resolutions for 2022. Number 2 on our list, paying down debt. Tackling debt can be so daunting, but Danielle Villalobos and her husband are proof that hard work and dedication can pay off.
My name is Danielle Villalobos. I live in Denver, Colorado with my husband and our 2 dogs, and we are in the process of paying off over $100,000 in debt. We had student loans, medical debt, credit card debt, our 2 cars, and our mortgage. We were stressed out about money all the time. Debt is really sneaky. We didn't know that you have to pay more than the minimum in order to pay it off. In July of 2018, my husband's best friend passed away. He was the best man at our wedding and was the greatest human. And 3 days after his funeral, I lost my job. That caused us to take serious pause. That same week, I jumped on a call with an old friend of mine, and she asked me the most important question I think anyone has ever asked me. And it was, where do you want to be in 5 years? You're at this rock bottom, where do you want to be? And My husband and I talked about it. We decided where we wanted to be, and we said, how are we going to get there? And the first thing that we had to do was get our finances. I read all the money books just to try and figure out where we even started. I had to track all the money that was going out. And I did that for 3 months until we could figure out what our budget could actually be without us completely cutting everything out. The biggest challenge is just to stick with it. It gets really hard because there were a lot of times, a lot of things we wanted to do that we had to say no to. And it's been very worth it. We've gotten it down to about $40,000. Right now, our goal is to finish 2022 completely debt-free and have our investments ready to go going into 2023. When I think about where we were when we started and where we are now, I feel really excited. I was 18 when I got my first student loan, and 18 years later, I'll pay it off. I've had debt as long as I haven't had debt, and I'm excited to see the person that I am without it.
Debt-free by 2023 is awesome, Danielle, but I want to get realistic because a lot of people are watching saying, great, she did it. I have no idea how I'm going to, so I want to bring in an expert money coach, Lynette Califani-Cox. She's here with some tips on how you can start to own your debt-free journey. Lynette, you know, a lot of times people say, oh, great, here's an expert. What do they know?
Right.
But you've been in this position. At one point, you were $100,000 in credit card debt. How did you get there and how did you get out?
I got into there by classic overspending. Just when I saw something, if I wanted it, I just went out and bought it and didn't give regard to how I was going to pay it off. Ultimately, I had to tally up everything and take a good hard look in the mirror and see what I owed. And then I started to chip away at the debt. So I did so many things to get out of the debt, not the least of which was recognizing that minimum payments were a trap. So I started doubling and tripling my payments because I now know that minimum payments in the short run mean long payments in the long run, a lot of interest. And then I did other things too. I put windfalls, income tax refund checks, bonuses from the job, socked everything towards the debt.
Okay, so today we're going to focus on credit card debt and student loan debt. I want to start with credit card debt.
Yes.
You say the first step is simply knowing what you owe. In theory, we all know what we owe, but we don't. We spend, but we don't actually look at those bills.
We really don't know. One thing I've learned as a money coach over the past 18 years is that most people guesstimate. They put their bills in the shoebox or in the drawer. They don't really check it out. You have to pull out every single one and know exactly how much debt you owe. You should know the interest rate. You should know the amount of the dollar balances. You should know the minimum payments required. And you should really have a plan about how am I going to tackle this stuff? Because if you don't, you'll be mired in debt month after month, year after year.
People often think, hey, this credit card is available to me. That must mean I can afford it. But that's not the case.
No.
And standard practice is, well, you got all your bills, start paying off whatever is the highest interest rate. That's what I always thought to do.
Right.
Is that not the case?
I don't believe that that's always the best strategy, frankly. I know this is counterintuitive wisdom here.
Yeah, I get, because let me tell you something. I hate paying high interest rates. I hate paying fees.
I understand that. And if you have those high fees, you should definitely try to negotiate, which is one of my strategies. You can negotiate for a whole bunch of things. You can negotiate for partial payments, to extend your payment date, to change your payment date, to have a late payment on your credit report updated. Obviously, you can negotiate, and most people don't do that.
Okay, but you cannot negotiate if you don't know what you owe.
Right.
If all those bills are sitting in the back of your closet, then you are not on the phone with your loan officer creating a plan.
And asking for that lower rate. But here's the thing. If you don't worry about interest rates, because like me, when I had $100,000 in credit card debt, I actually had very low interest rates. So I was more bothered by high dollar balances. So for those folks who are maxed out and their credit cards are at their limits, you might be better served by going after the cards with the highest dollar balance first and attacking those, reducing those dollar balances so you won't be so close to the edge.
Here's a problem I'm worried about. We've had a freeze because of COVID accommodations on student loan payments.
Yes.
And in theory, We should have been trying to save up, knowing we were going to have to start paying, but a lot of us didn't do that.
Right.
What do we need to know? How do we need to prepare? Because those bills are coming.
You definitely need to also know what you owe. You need to make sure that you understand, do I have federal loans? Do I have private loans? And then you need to understand what are the payment or repayment options available to you. Generally speaking, on the federal student loan repayment front, there's kind of like three main categories. There's the standard loan repayment program where you pay them off in 10 years. There's a graduated or extended loan repayment options. They might take you out to 20 or 25 years. And then there's a variety of income-based or income-sensitive loan repayment options. So you need to find the program that best fits your situation.
Last thing, I want you to give us some tips on understanding how credit works, right? So lots of people say, oh, I'm going to buy this cruise because, they're having a discount on it. I'm going to buy these boots because they're on sale. But if you're only making minimum payments and if you've got high interest, those boots ain't on sale. You're end up paying 2-3 times retail. We don't realize that. Can you help us understand why knowing credit is important?
Well, credit and debt are actually two opposite sides of the same coin, especially with your credit card debt. Because the more credit card debt you're carrying, the more that tends to drag down your FICO credit score.
Thank you.
30% of your FICO credit score is based on the amount of debt that you have outstanding. And also, if you want to take that cruise or go shopping or whatever, if you take out new forms of credit, that's an inquiry that gets generated on your credit report, stays on there for 2 years, counts against you for the purpose of your FICO score for 12 months. Again, that lowers your credit rating as well. So you have to be mindful of your credit and spending, especially your credit card usage behaviors that can drag down your credit score.
Just because you can swipe doesn't mean you should. It is a trap. Be aware of it. Thank you so much. These are such important tips. We need them, especially going into a big new year.
That's
Annette Califani-Cox, you made us definitely a whole lot better and smarter. Coming up next, how to shop smart and spend less on everyday essentials from gas to groceries and more. And later in the show, is 2022 your year to start investing? We'll show you the best online tools to get in on the action right after the break.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, welcome back to On the Money. I'm Stephanie Rule, and there is no time like the present to make financial resolutions for the new year. We've made our budget, we've made a plan for paying down debt. Now it's time to take a look at how we can cut everyday spending. Here to help, NerdWallet finance expert Kimberly Palmer. Kim, you say there are two things we should wait to buy, electronics and clothing. I'll give it to you. I have a closet full of almost the identical dress, so I can wait on clothing. But why electronics?
Well, electronics is really tough right now because we're still seeing a lot of supply chain issues. And what that means is that there just isn't the inventory for retailers to offer the kind of discounts that we're used to seeing. So it really is best to wait if you do have that flexibility for things like TVs, video game consoles, computers. But if you absolutely cannot wait and you need to buy now, there are still ways to find discounts. You just have to work a little harder and put a little more effort in.
I get that dollar stores are a great solution for things like toys for kids, wrapping paper, stationery, paper goods. But then you've got groceries and gas. Gas is one that I've never known how you can save on gas. It is what it is.
Gas is a tough one. The first question to ask yourself is if you can possibly drive less right now. So for example, maybe you can start carpooling. Maybe you can even take heavy things out of your trunk. That can actually really help stretch each gallon of gas. And then also gas prices vary so much even within a neighborhood. So if you can, you want to use an app like Gas Buddy to make sure you're going to the gas station that will give you the best price possible. Another option, if you're someone that pays off your credit card balance every month, consider using something like a gas rewards card because then you can earn cash back, another way to help stretch your budget.
We know that almost everything at the grocery store has gotten a lot more expensive, but are there certain items that have been impacted the most by supply chain issues and shortages? Because those are the things that maybe we can avoid.
Grocery prices really have gone up across the board, but there are some categories that have just really spiked. So for example, packaged snacks are very steep right now. So are bakery products, cereals. One thing we recommend at NerdWallet is to make sure you're layering discounts on top of each other. So for example, at your local grocery store, maybe you can opt into the loyalty program to get discounts. Then on top of that, you could use a grocery rewards card to get extra cash back. It's a way of stretching your budget because prices are just so high.
Okay, those packaged snacks, that's exactly where we're seeing shrinkflation. It's a huge topic among consumers. A lot of people haven't heard the word, but we're experiencing it. I took a snack out for my daughter the other day. I thought it was for a Barbie doll. It was so small. Can you explain this to us and how we can avoid it?
Shrinkflation is such a challenge right now because it's so sneaky. Basically, you're paying the same price, but you're getting less. And sometimes it's hard to even notice. So in really subtle ways, basically retailers, manufacturers have made it smaller what you're actually opening up inside the package. You have to look so carefully at how it's labeled. And also it's harder to compare prices too. So you want to be really careful about looking at that per unit price when you're making comparisons and deciding what to buy.
So is the answer get away from packaged goods, try to buy bulk and separate it yourself?
I mean, that is a great strategy, but I'm a mom of 3 and I know how hard it is because it means you have to put more effort in. It's so easy to grab those packaged snacks for kids' lunches, but it can definitely save you money. But again, you have to put that extra work in.
Teeny tiny packaging, big prices. We see you manufacturers and we're not buying it. Kimberly, thank you for joining us. Thank you for these tips. And a lot of people in the last year have actually said, hold on a second, I've saved. During COVID, they weren't spending, going out. Disposable income actually increased. Household savings went up. And a lot more people have said, maybe it's time for me to invest in the stock market. It's a goal for 2022. And it's obvious why. 2021 was a year of all-time highs. But I want you to remember, investing is not a reason to simply get excited because you're having fear of missing out. Right now, there are lots and lots of online options that are making it easier for people to get in on the action. But what's really important is to understand what you're investing in and why. So let's bring in Editor-in-Chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver. He's here with some advice on how to get started. Caleb, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Over the last year, so much fear of missing out. We have seen the stock market hit record highs, especially, just think about the last 5 or 10 years. People are watching the markets saying, I want to get in. And now there are so many technological advances that make it easier to invest. But how should we start thinking about it?
Well, great to be with you. And it's never been easier to invest. That doesn't mean it's easy
to invest.
Bingo.
Right?
Yes.
Technology has made it much easier. The platforms are much easier to use. There's no fees for trading stocks anymore. All kinds of products you can buy as an investor. But you got to do your homework, and you have to decide what kind of an investor you want to be. If you have that discretionary income, are you going to be an investor for the long term and try to build wealth? Or are you going to try to get in there and trade the market and try to make money quickly? That's much harder to do, and many people fail at that. But investing for the long term is the path to building wealth.
Okay, but that's where I want you to go, because people say, hey, I've got some extra money, let me invest it. Can you help us understand how important time horizon is? Because just because you've got a few $1,000 extra doesn't mean you should invest it, especially if you need that money a year from now.
Yeah, if you need that money within a year, the stock market's probably not the best place for that to be.
Robo-advisors are an option. Can you explain that to us?
Sure. Robo-advisors are digital asset managers, and basically they do the work for you of picking the mutual funds or the securities. You put in your goals, you put in your age, you put in your income and your assets, and they help you develop a plan. Set it and forget it. That's for the hands-off investor that just wants to have that money work for them over time. But there are other options if you don't want that. If you want much more hands-on, you want to make the decisions yourself, do your own research, then maybe you want to consider an online broker. But there's so many options for new investors to get into the market cheaply, efficiently, and then be able to manage their risk over time.
Talk about the fees, though. For those who say, I don't have an MBA, I don't have any investing experience, but I can't afford one of those expensive managers, help us understand how the fee structure works. Because when you mentioned before, no fee brokers, people are like, oh my gosh, this is free, it's so easy. None of it is so easy.
No, when it's free, you're the customer. But it is easy to sign up for an account. You don't have account minimums anymore. You don't have fees for trading. You can add $10 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month. You can start very small and build over time with some of these platforms, and it's easy. You can do it on your mobile phone. You can do it on your desktop. You can work through an actual person if you want an advisor to help you with some of these brokers. But the technology is easier, and the fees are lower, and the access for individual investors has never been better. You just have to do your homework and then think of it as a marathon. This is not something you put in the market and it grows magically. You have to keep adding to it, and you have to keep your eye on it.
So my last question, whether it's $100, $1,000, the money we put in the markets, should that be money we can afford to lose?
Yeah, absolutely. But you should also expect that over time, it's going to grow. The stock market returns on average somewhere between 6 and 8% a year for the last 60 or 70 years. That may change year to year, but in general, that trend is higher. And the stock market's been a great place to build wealth back in the day and today.
Over time, that's what's key. If you need to make that money tomorrow, go to Vegas. That's at least more fun. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Coming up next, are you up for a challenge? We're launching a new On the Money community to help you reach your financial goals this year. More on that and a look at the headlines impacting your wallet right after this.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to On the Money. For many resolutions, it's really helpful to have an accountability buddy. I know I'm way more likely to go to the gym or eat well when there's somebody doing it with me. And that is what we plan to do this month, together. I want you to track your spending alongside the rest of us in the Today community. At today.com/onthemoney, you're going to find a downloadable spending tracker, and each week you're going to fill it out. You can do it every time you make a purchase, once a day, every week, whatever works for you. Post your wins. I have got your back, and we are all in this together. And I'm going to be doing a check-in on Instagram in a couple weeks to see how you're doing, and I'm going to tell you how I'm doing. And now let's take a look at the state of the economy as we kick off a new year. The American economy, while it's divided, is in a much better place than we thought we'd be a year ago this time. But that is not to say everything is perfect. Last month, inflation rose by 6.8% from the prior year. That's the biggest jump we've seen since 1982, and 0.8% from October to November. That's the steepest hike we've seen in energy. We're seeing the price of used cars and trucks are still really high. Another spot that is not easing up, food. As supply chain issues continue to slow down markets, you're likely going to keep feeling it at the grocery store. But there is a bright spot, a very bright spot, the job market. It might not be ideal for employers, but guess what? For us, unemployment and initial jobless claims have dropped in the past few months, and job growth is getting higher and higher. 5.8 million jobs were added between November 2020 and November 2021. Though it's still nearly 4 million short of pre-pandemic levels. So we are on the path to economic recovery, but it's not a straight line. Thank you for joining me for another edition of On the Money. I am Stephanie Ruhle, and let's start this new year off right together. Let's get financially fit.
Thanks for doing this, Elizabeth. Good to see you.
So nice to be seen and be in New York. I have not been to New York in 2 years.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, since pre-pandemic.
What's it like to be back?
It feels great. The city is brimming with energy, and I walked around last night, and I'm just, loving it.
Well, we have a ton to talk about.
Okay.
I think we should start right here on the table.
Oh.
With Archer Roos.
Archer Roos, yes.
How did you get involved with this delicious treat?
Archer Roos wine in a can. Good wine in a can, I should say.
Yeah.
So, female founder, I was really interested in putting my money where my mouth was. So I hired a diverse female money manager, and we were looking for companies to get involved with that sort of reflected my values. I think that's something we're all trying to do right now, is live a sort of purpose-driven life if we can. And apparently my purpose is wine in a can.
There definitely seems to be a thing in the last several years where well-known people are not just like backing financially or just putting their name on something, but getting super involved in the details of how the company runs and being a part of the marketing.
I think it comes back to that word authenticity, right?
Yeah.
I think that when you can feel when you're just kind of selling something,
right.
And when that feels really important to me, and I think everybody sniffs it out now.
No, you're right.
You know, you have to really care, I think, and that comes across when you're a little more involved, and when the marketing reflects me and who I am as a person, as well as the product.
People are so savvy. I think you're right. When a celebrity says, "I love this washing machine," you go, "No, you don't."
You do.
No, you don't love the washing machine.
I will say, normally I do love the washing machine that I'm selling.
This I can tell you love.
I do.
You also have this new podcast, which has a lot of people talking. My Body, My Podcast.
Yes.
It is, I was just saying to you, there's probably some joke in you and I sitting here, me, a middle-aged man, talking about women's bodies. But I have a 14-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son, and as I started to listen to it, I said, my God, these are the exact conversations we're either having or trying to have or dreading to have. So what prompted you to open this discussion?
You know, this exact thing prompted it. Truly, I'm a mom, and my kids are looking at puberty soon, and I felt unprepared. I really felt also, as a woman and as a feminist, somebody who was looking at Me Too and Time's Up over the last few years and coming to my own understanding about everything that's happened to me as a person, as a woman, in my industry especially. You know, how do I grapple with all of this? How do I talk to my kids openly about it? Because I want to raise healthy kids who have great intimate relationships and are not fearful or filled with shame about anything.
Yeah.
And we have a very old school way of dealing with sex and sexuality right now, and it causes a lot of harm. And I just felt like if I could investigate this information for myself and learn more in the hopes of providing it for my own family, maybe other people want to listen in. And you know, and I really feel like I made it so that you could listen to it with your daughter or your son, and so that parents could feel a little more prepared going forward. But also because I truly believe that sex education, when done well, has the power to transform people's individual lives, but also society as a whole. Because everything that we talk about when we talk about body image, sex, sexuality, health, healthy relationships, this is something that intersects our daily lives, and we hide it away in a corner like it's shame-filled and we're not allowed to talk about any of this stuff. One study said that human beings think about sex once per hour, your entire adult life. So from puberty till you're dying, you're always thinking about some aspect of something.
It's constant.
And it's not like I want to, I want to have sex. It could be anything, it could be like, something on my body hurts or whatever. And it's also important to remember, like, we have these pleasure centers that we have access to on the daily, on the regular. And like, what an amazing feature of our human body. And why not use it a little bit more? And if we're going to use it, I want to make sure that the storytelling around it, that we own it. Because as a woman, I can tell you that a lot of the storytelling about my body and how it's used and how I have had my sexual experiences, I don't own it. I don't own that storytelling. And that's upsetting as you get older and you realize how many experiences, especially young women, are having where they're not really having any fun. I think young women are taking it back. There's so much more information out there. This podcast is part of that information. But at the end of the day, we have deep-seated and very deep-rooted shame around these and stigma around these issues and talking about them openly. And the way we do it with young people too, even just how we separate boys and girls in health class. That's not really doing anybody any favors. What you're doing is you're creating a system in which boys are told about erections and nocturnal emissions and a lot of fun things. And girls are told, you're gonna have your period, it's gonna be horrible, you're gonna bleed, don't get pregnant, be afraid, don't get an STD, don't get raped. It's like that. It's like the messaging is a mess. And then we put them back together and we go, what did you talk about? I don't know, apparently I'm not supposed to tell you what I talked about.
Right. Don't you think part of the process, though, is people like you kicking that door open?
Of course.
Who, whether my daughter loves you and Pitch Perfect, and go, oh, okay, she's saying it's okay to say these things out loud.
Yeah.
I think that's a part of the journey.
I hope so. I grew up, I had some Dr. Ruth, and then we had like Loveline, remember that? And the day of Dr. Drew. And I read Cosmo, and what I'm realizing now is kids are getting their information from algorithms, and they're online and they're looking up, I want a healthy recipe, and they're pretty soon directed to like eating disorder websites or being told that they're not good enough. Or, in every aspect of social media is amplifying the negativity that happens online. You're
right. I mean, like so much that's online, it's the job of the parent or whoever to intervene and correct that early, or else that becomes, cemented as the image. You talked about body image, which is, again, I keep going back to the father of a teenage girl. With Instagram and everything else, it's a tough world out there when you're told relentlessly with every scroll, this is what you should look like, your teeth should be this way, your abs should look like this. What do you say to both parents and young people growing up in a world where they, more than ever, in some ways, are shown what they're supposed to look like?
I have a real love-hate relationship with social media for myself, and I have a hate relationship with it for my children. So my kids are not on my Instagram. They have very limited screen time and any of that stuff. Very limited gaming, the whole thing. I just feel like that is my number one job as a parent, is to protect them from
Yes.
those things. You know, I'm not their friend. I'm literally meant to guide them through life and figure out what's in their best interest and what isn't. And I think the evidence becomes clearer and clearer every day that social media especially, but the internet generally, is not in their best interest in any way. I mean, it's great for information. It's great for buying things. It's great for connecting with your grandma. So I love those aspects of it, and I think we should celebrate those aspects of it. But there's a lot that's no good for kids, and I really feel as a parent, for me, that part of my job is policing all of that. But it's really hard. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, no, I'm sort of on the same page in terms of the way we handle it with social media. In some ways, though, the genie is so far out of the bottle.
Yeah.
It's like you can't hide them from everything, and they just see it. I mean, maybe it's not on Instagram, but maybe it's on a commercial on the show. Whatever it is of who I'm supposed to be, it's very in their face.
Yeah. I think making sure that you're their trusted adult. So on the podcast, we talk a lot about trusted adults in their lives. And a trusted adult does not necessarily have to be you. Like, I had a lot of, funky aunts, who my mom, I think, could farm out some of the information to, because it's a little less awkward when you get to talk to your aunt about it versus your mom or whatever. But having trusted adults in your kids' lives is really important. So if it is you, great. But if it's not you, make sure there's somebody in their life that they can talk to about these things.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It's a testament to your relationship with your mom that she's on the podcast.
Yeah.
That you have these open conversations. What did she think when you told her what this podcast was?
She was not that surprised. She was not that surprised. She's been my trusted adult for a very long time. I wouldn't say everything was like an open discussion with my mom, but I'm very grateful and lucky. I had a loving boyfriend in high school. I have a great relationship. Obviously, I'm almost 30 years into my relationship with my husband, who I've been married to for 18 years.
You met on the first day of college.
I met him on my first day. I was 18 years old when I met him, and we're still together. But that requires like a lot of curiosity to keep it interesting for 30 years, you know, and open discussions about everything as well. And talking to my mom on the podcast really helped for me hone in on that theme of a trusted adult, and the idea that these are not conversations that happen once or twice, but that it's an ongoing conversation for your entire life, hopefully.
Yeah. You mentioned your mom.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about going back to your upbringing in Pittsfield, Mass. At what point your mother or your family realized that you might be a performer, that you might be an actor?
Very late.
Late, really?
Yeah, no, I was not meant. My mother bought me a book. She bought me Diane Sawyer's autobiography or biography when I was in college, because I thought I might be a broadcast journalist like Willie Geist. I thought I would, you know, that seemed like the right path for me. I loved Diane Sawyer. It wasn't until truly like my senior year of university. I'd been doing plays since middle school.
Right.
My very first musical was Jesus Christ Superstar. I'd broken my leg. I was an athlete. I broke my leg. I couldn't play sports. I was in a walking cast. And I always sang in the choir, and the singing teacher said, we're gonna do Jesus Christ Superstar. You can play Pontius Pilate. Not Mary Magdalene, by the way. You can play Pontius Pilate because you can wear long robes over your walking cast and sing the song. And I can still remember, I can still sing the song. And that was my first foray into real performing, was in middle school, because I had to. I needed something. I was a latchkey kid. I needed something to do after school. My parents, were like, you gotta be busy, stay busy.
Right.
And I suddenly didn't have sports. I didn't have practice. So I went to rehearsal instead, and that became my new family. And I carried that through college, but I never thought, I didn't understand this as a profession. I didn't know anybody who was an artist professionally. I knew, my cousin dabbled in it a little bit, but they were mostly all waiters, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I had been a waitress at that point for 10 years, going on 10 years. And so I thought, how do you make this into a life? And I got into drama school. And I went to drama school, which I could not afford. And I took on more student loans, and I just thought, oh man. And then I kind of came out and I said, I'm gonna give myself a little bit of time, but it never felt real to me until it suddenly was.
Right.
And so I just kept putting the work in. And
so then what was that moment where you said, oh, I can do this for a living, this can be a life? I'm out here, I am waiting on tables, I've had some brutal auditions, I've had producers say some awful things to me.
Yeah.
When did you decide, this is something I can do, or I want to do?
When I was leaving drama school, I came to New York. I had a showcase, as they say in the business, where you sort of put on a little show for agents and managers and different people. And a casting director was there from a soap opera here. And they invited me the next day to audition for this soap. I'd never done a professional audition. I didn't really know what that was. And I got the job. And they offered me a 2-year contract on a soap opera. And I called my mom from a payphone. I'm dating myself. But I called my mom from a payphone. And I said, I don't think I'm gonna do it. And it would have paid all my student loans. So this was very serious, like more money than I'd ever dreamed of having. And it wasn't even that much money, but it was like, holy God.
Yeah.
This solves all my financial woes, And my mom agreed. I was crying on the phone. I was like, I just don't think I want to do it. I don't know what else is out there. And that was the advice. It was like, well, if you can get this today, what can you get tomorrow?
Wow.
And that's how I've approached this whole life. What have I gotten today? Okay, great. Well, what else can I get tomorrow? And don't settle for what you got today. Figure out what else you can get. And it's led me down this incredible path where I feel like I've been able to keep a little bit of my dignity intact, although not all of it. You shed a lot as an actress in Hollywood. It falls off and you just pick it back up and try and stick it back on. So I've maintained most of my dignity. But also I've realized that it all adds up to something. I used to go to auditions and be like, man, if I don't get this audition, I can't pay my rent. And I put so much pressure on that 2 minutes in a room with people who you don't know and who don't care about you paying your rent and are just trying to solve their problem, which is they need somebody to come in and be great so they can cast them in this role. And at a certain point, I allowed myself to let go of that pressure and just be like, you know what, I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna do the best I can, I'm gonna walk away, and if they call me, great. And if I never hear from them again, I'm gonna keep on keeping on because it's already in the past. And it really freed me to just keep going forward and not be precious about what I can't change because it already freaking happened.
Where did the confidence come from to say no to this big gig that was going to pay all your bills and it was on a show people knew and you were like, no? Unconditional
Love, I guess, you know? I mean, truly, I think that is where it comes from. It comes from going to college. Neither of my parents, my mom has now gotten her college degree, but when I was going to university, neither of my parents had graduated from college. They didn't have college degrees. So going to school as a first gen was already like their wildest dreams come true. And I knew that from my parents, and I knew that my parents would do everything to make my life better and give me my dreams. And they do it for my sisters and my brother as well. And they're super just loving and supportive. So I think just knowing that like my fallback is like some loving family that will help me, it's like, really nice to have, and not everybody has that. Yep. So it's important to recognize that that is privilege that I grew up with, that I now give to my kids as well and to the rest of my family. But that chance that I had, I was not going to waste because I knew it was special and that it meant something to more than just me.
I also feel like you became sort of undeniable. You were relentless of like, Wet Hot American Summer was good, Scrubs was great, 30 Rock you were great, Modern Family, and people finally were like, okay, she's great. Did that feel like a grind through that?
It does. There are moments when you realize that people trust you as an entertainer, and I think that's really important. Knowing like, okay, if I'm on, you can relax. Like, I'm gonna entertain you. I'll make you laugh. I'll sell the joke to you. You know, are you gonna watch me on Press Your Luck? Like, I love Press Your Luck. Like, I'm gonna bring you along for a ride. And I think as an entertainer, that's an important thing for me. Is making sure the audience trusts me and connects to me and feels like I'm not gonna disappoint you. I take that responsibility very seriously. And there have been moments where I was like, you know, it's gonna be fine. I didn't need a lot. My bar was low.
Right.
I really was like, I got like my class 3 driver license. I drove like a van in college, and so I got like this special license. And I'm not kidding you, Willie. I used to tell myself, well, I can always drive a bus. Like, truly. I'll be fine. I can drive a bus.
Just renew that license.
Just renew the license, pass the test again. You know, I really have come to life with what's the worst case scenario?
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of hustle to build that confidence, but I've never shied away from doing the dirty work and whatever it takes.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
At some point, you make this conscious decision of, maybe I'm not getting the big roles that I think I should be getting.
I like it. You're not an A-list star.
Well,
this
no,
is true.
no, no.
I'm a worker. I'm a worker
I'm going
bee.
back now, and you take control of your destiny.
Yes,
you start
I
your
did.
own production company.
Yes.
With your now husband.
Yes.
And you say, okay, we're just going to make the stuff.
I got really great advice from some incredible women in the business who are a little ahead of me, you know, maybe a little generation ahead of me, and who were really dissatisfied and bored. They were really bored. And I could already feel a sense of boredom creeping in. And I knew that if I didn't do something, it would fester. I would feel underused. I would feel like I wasn't bringing my full self to my work, and I wasn't accomplishing everything that I wanted to do. And so being able to be a little more in control of storytelling and directing and producing, creating interesting stories that center women's lives and women's autonomy, that became just a goal and a destiny for me that felt totally right, and again, authentic to who I am as a person, as a woman, as a feminist, as an activist. And here we are. Yeah, I just started doing it. A lot of people ask me, but how? You know, there are a bunch of actresses who are doing it right now. Olivia Wilde comes to mind. Natalie Morales is coming up. But Jodie Foster did it before me. Penny Marshall did it before me. Those were my role models. But it's rare. Yeah. It's a rare thing to do, so it takes a lot of chutzpah. And I just thought, well, if I don't try, I'll regret not trying. And I know I'll be bored. Otherwise, you have to wait for the phone to ring.
Right.
And I don't want someone else to be in control of my time and what I do with it. I feel, for me, the definition of success is control over how I spend my time. Because now I have kids, and I want to make sure when I'm away from them that I'm doing things that really matter to me.
I have to underline the name of the company too, Brownstone,
Brownstone,
because
yeah.
It tells the story of the way you grew up, right?
It does, yeah. So I grew up on Brown Street in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and my best friend, Soraya, and I used to joke about our lives someday, and we used to think about having a 5-digit address because that was the fancy side of town. It was like 10300 Brownstone Drive. You know, nobody lived on Brown Street. Like,
right.
It's a bummer. By the way, I love the hometown roots, but it was aspirational for me, the idea of Brownstone Drive someday. And living in a brownstone in New York City was very aspirational for me. And I lived in one with my husband before we started the company. And so Brownstone for me it was always a meaningful idea in my life, growing up in my little town in Massachusetts.
And then with one of your first projects, you come out pretty hot with Pitch Perfect.
We are mainly known for the Pitch Perfect franchise, figuring out how to tell a story about a group of misfits, and that it was those women. I loved those women. I loved, Kate Cannon, who wrote the script, did an incredible job creating just a group of women that I think everybody could see themselves in. And at the end of the day, like a really basic, boys versus girls storyline that stands the test of time. And people love singing and dancing.
Yeah. Just a fun universe to be
Just love
into.
singing and
Competitive
dancing.
singing and dancing.
And I
yeah.
think bringing a lot of humor to that, bringing an irreverent sense of comedy to it, which is something that has been a through line of my career, my whole career in comedy. And it's really fun to put out a poster in the world that features all those women.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of those posters, and I think it feels very natural, but go through all the Hollywood posters. It's not. It really, it's very quietly revolutionary, in my opinion.
Talk about controlling your own destiny. Then you step into directing.
Yeah.
What do you love about directing? I assume you do love it. Or maybe you're like, no, never again.
I just did it again.
I know you did. I want to ask you about that too.
Oh, God.
It's especially a movie of the scope of a Pitch Perfect movie. That's a big directing project. What do you love about that?
I love the collaboration with the crew and the cast. I like being in charge. I'm not afraid of being in charge, and I like, I like leading that group, and I love offering opportunity to people. I mean, I really feel a great responsibility. I tell everybody at the end of any, the part of the process, like, I'm gonna keep working hard to make this something that everyone's proud of. And that is my goal, just to make something that everybody's proud of. And to entertain people. I've been thinking, not a lot, but a little bit as I'm aging, about what my legacy is in the world. Not everybody gets the opportunity to leave a real legacy. And what I didn't want was for everyone to look at Wet Hot American Summer and 30 Rock and whatever and just be like, yeah, she was cute. She was good on those. She was a good actress or whatever, cute blonde, small boobs, nice actress. I was like, is that my legacy? Is that it? How do I take a little more control over what is going on? And also, I'm just curious. I really love trying new things. And I love when people put me in a box, immediately blowing the box open, So I made this, funny musical, and I was like, what else can I do?
Thank you so much. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks.
The wine is delicious. The podcast is great.
Thank you.
It's all happening. Nice to see you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Friends, it is Wednesday and it's time for Pop Star Plus. Coming up on the show, an interview with our pal Valerie Bertinelli on the life and legacy of her friend and Hot in Cleveland co-star Betty White. That's coming up. Plus a guy who always makes us laugh, my old buddy Jim Gaffigan. Looking forward to that. But first, here are today's Pop Star headlines. Valerie Bertinelli, first up, our good buddy. She's on the cover of the latest issue of People magazine, opening up about the loss of her first husband, Eddie Van Halen, and how it changed her life. The article features some excerpts from her upcoming memoir, Enough Already, in which Valerie reveals Eddie's final words to her and their son, Wolfie. Those words were, "I love you." And she goes on to share how this heartbreaking loss inspired her to take a step back and stop judging herself too harshly. Valerie feels like family to us here at the Today Show. Valerie's going to be stopping by to chat with us on Tuesday, January 18th. We encourage people to tune in. It'll be her first live interview specifically about that upcoming memoir. And as always, we can't wait to talk to her and simply see her and give her a big hug. By the way, that new issue of People magazine is on newsstands this Friday. You can go to today.com for more on that. Next up, Betty White. A new trend inspired by the late actress is going viral in honor of what would have been White's centennial birthday. Fans are asking folks to donate to animal rescue organizations on January 17th as part of the hashtag Betty White Challenge. The trending movement, of course, inspired by Betty's long history of animal activism and outreach. Just one more example of Betty White's positive influence. Next up, Chris Evans, the Captain America actor, is in talks to take on an interesting role in Hollywood, this time depicting Hollywood icon Gene Kelly. According to Deadline, the upcoming project is set to tell the story of a 12-year-old boy's imagined friendship with the Singing in the Rain actor at MGM Studios back in 1950, or in the 50s. It was a plot that was conceived by Chris Evans, who's also set to produce the Untitled Project. And in case you're wondering, Ken, Chris Evans, the famous action movie. Yeah, can he dance? The answer is yes, because here's the clip we found from him. Well, everywhere people are tested to see if they can dance on an episode of Ellen DeGeneres' show back in 2016.
Good. Yeah.
Classic.
Oh, he can do it. Okay, he's Gene Kelly.
I give an umbrella. I think he just passed the audition test right there. Next up, one of our favorite shows around here. Very good, London. Very good. Almost got me in the eye. Ted Lasso. New photo posted by a member of the cast has got fans online getting super pumped about what seems to be the quick turnaround for season 3. And I guess when you're hot, you're hot. You got to go produce shows. But on Tuesday, Brendan Hunt, a.k.a. Coach Beard, shared this snap from a runway. You see a private jet in the background. That's the star, Jason Sudeikis, and the actor writing in the caption, "Here we go." Well, where are you going? What exactly does that mean? Are they all flying off to start shooting the next season? The point is, everybody online certainly hopes so. And we do know one thing, Ted's sure to get a warmer reception on any flight now than when we first met him.
You coaching football, mate, you are a legend for doing something so stupid. I mean, it's mental. They're gonna murder you.
Well, you know, I've heard that tune before, but here I am still dancing.
Well, long live Coach Lasso. We still have Uncle Al. I have Uncle Al to thank for getting me on Ted Lasso. I feel like
So
these
good.
shows, when they're streaming and they're really good, you owe a thank you to the person that turned you on to it. Al, you really pumped that one up for us.
It was
Quickly, Cher, turning back the time, the Oscar and Grammy-winning singer, revealing her thoughts on aging and beauty, telling People magazine in a recent interesting interview that going gray is fine for other girls. I'm just not going to do it. The pop music icon, known for her long jet black locks and show-stopping Bob Mackie looks, confirming that her hair color, as is here to stay. And for how her philosophy on makeup has changed over the years, the 75-year-old singer says that these days she's more likely to be spotted with a freshly washed face more than walking around with a full face of makeup on. And moving on to even more headlines for you here on Popstar Plus, we'll begin with Ellen DeGeneres on today's episode. The daytime talk show host got a visit from a pint-sized motivational speaker with a very big heart. Callan Perk, a.k.a. Coach Cal, stopped by to leave Ellen with some words of wisdom as she winds down the 19th and final season of her Emmy-winning talk show.
For 19 seasons, you have given your all on this stage. You danced hard, you joked hard, you laughed hard, you cried hard, and you gave hard. So when it's time to say goodbye and turn out the lights, just remember that you, Ellen, will always get to W because you have given whatever it takes to be you. So just keep working hard and staying positive and making people laugh because you are a legend. So let's get fired up and go out there and get to W today and every day. Let's go, Ellen!
Oh my gosh, that kid's firing me up, man. Someone sent him over to the New York Jets. All right, next up on Popstart, and finally, Jonathan Van Ness, the Queer Eye star, is pulling double duty on Netflix. On Tuesday, the streaming service dropped a trailer for the famously optimistic hairstylist's new show, Getting Curious. And based on his hit podcast, that series is going to follow JVN as he rolls up his sleeves and dives into all things that makes him curious. And the preview teases that Jonathan is curious about pretty much everything.
I'm going to be embarking on a new journey of learning more.
When you eat a bunch of sugar, your brain has changed.
Of opening my mind, learning new perspectives.
We represent being able to create a life that's outside of what we've been told that you should be.
And I've got a lot to learn. This is a huge universe to explore and to learn about.
Oh my God!
I'm in heaven.
Michelle Kwan, is it you?
I can't get enough. Your eyebrows are so perfect. Strap in, honeys. Yes. We're going for a ride.
That looks good. It is a big universe. Getting Curious with Jonathan Van Ness starts streaming on January 28th. And those are today's headlines. When we come back, we're going to talk to our friend Valerie Bertinelli, who shares her fondest memories of working alongside the legendary Betty White. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The world continues to celebrate the remarkable life of Betty White, who we unfortunately lost last week. And our friend Valerie Bertinelli worked with Betty for 6 seasons on their hit show Hot in Cleveland. She spoke with us shortly before Betty passed away and shared a few of her favorite moments with the comedy icon.
I was lucky enough to meet Betty in 2010 when we did the pilot of Hot in Cleveland together. She was 88. I just remember being in awe of her. And she was just like, oh, it's no big deal. I mean, she's Betty White, but she just thinks it's no big deal. And she wanted to be treated like everybody else. And that was important to her. And I never could quite do that, though.
The bromance is ruining my romance.
Rose before holes, Joy.
I think the best way to describe Betty is that she glows. She literally glows. I don't know what it is about her. She walks into a room and it's just, you know when she's there. Even when she doesn't even make an entrance, but she's just there. She's kind. She's full of gratitude. She taught me so much about gratitude. And she's so smart and so funny. The best thing about working with Betty was everything that I got to learn by just being in the same room with her and just being able to rehearse with her. She is so smart and quick and witty, and just watching the way her mind worked was, it was like a masterclass of comedic acting. Hands down, my favorite moments with Betty in Hot in Cleveland were the bloopers. When Betty would go up, and it wasn't often, but when Betty would go up, it was just the funniest thing because she gets this little impish giggle going on, and she gets so mad at herself as well. And we all love it. That's my favorite moments, is when she would go up, and the bloopers were just the best.
Just get me out of here before they come after me. Help.
You know, actually, I was surprised Cleveland had psychics.
Oh, we have a sizable sucker American community. What are you laughing at?
I think everything I've ever seen Betty in are my favorite moments of when I didn't get a chance to work with her. The movie she did with Sandra Bullock, she was hysterical in. Her, oh my gosh, SNL, Saturday Night Live, she was just hysterically funny. And that's Betty. Any of her, I mean, Sue Ann Niven is one of my favorite characters of hers of all time. I love the Golden Girls. Rose was, I mean, she's got such a huge way of just the parts that she plays, and they're all so very different. That's what's so great about Betty as well. She doesn't play the same thing over and over again. She really is just so brilliant. My favorite Betty memories are when the four of us, Betty and Jane and Wendy and I, we would go out to dinner and we would just enjoy ourselves. We'd have a cocktail and, you know, whatever restaurant we were at, we'd usually go to one of Betty's favorite restaurants and just hanging out with the girls. It was just relaxed, and she's just so lovely and so funny and real. I think Betty is beloved by fans because you can just feel how kind she is. She can be wicked funny and say something that's cutting in such a funny way, but she can get away with that because she's just so kind. It just comes out of her. It oozes out of her. She's just one of the kindest people I've ever known.
Our thanks to Valerie. Of course, we're sending our love to her and, of course, to Betty's entire family. Still coming up here on Pop Start Plus, We've got Jim Gaffigan who's going to tell us all about his new comedy special, which I'm sure is fantastic. Stay tuned for that.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Jim Gaffigan has a new stand-up special out on Netflix, and that makes me very happy. It's called Comedy Monster, and the funny man himself told our friend on the third hour of Today all about it. Take a look.
We live in a day when billionaires are building their own rockets to fly to outer space, and no one's saying, "Are you sure they're paying all their taxes? Because I know some teachers that need supplies."
Jim Gaffigan, good morning. Good to see you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hey, so ninth special on Netflix. You go out and you do this. Did you find after this pandemic and us being cooped up that maybe audiences were a little more willing to laugh? I mean, they really needed that release.
Yeah. There was definitely, there is an appetite for getting out there. I mean, it changes every 2 weeks depending on where we are on the latest variant. You know, the variant thing is like, it's like an episode of Dateline, right? You think that we know the information, then they're like, coming up, we're going to tell you more. And you're like, just tell us now.
No, exactly.
So, often people are wearing a mask, and, as a comedian, you don't want someone to have any barrier between laughter and you, but there is the threat of death, so you're sympathetic to it.
Do you know what I was thinking about when I was watching it last night? We were laughing out loud. It was so funny. This is the first time I've experienced COVID comedy. Do you know what I mean? Like, we knew it was coming, so it's just so timely and so relatable. The jokes about the mask. There was one joke where you talk about 2021 is almost like a diaper that's constantly refilling. After changing it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, there is just, it's unrelenting.
Yeah.
You think that we're gonna move on, that there's this it's never ending. It's like I described also COVID is kind of like a sitcom you thought was canceled and then it got picked up by Netflix. There's just no getting away from this stuff.
So it's Happy New Year. Everybody's out. We're making resolutions. What about Jim Gaffigan? Have you made any New Year's resolutions?
Well, I lost some weight during the pandemic, but I gained it back finally. But my goal is to gain. That woman was so inspiring. But my goal is actually to gain 100 pounds during the next week. If that makes sense. I don't know. It's like I want to lose weight, and she was so inspiring. But like, I feel like if I make that a resolution, it's like even my brain's like, hasn't that been your resolution for 40 years?
Oh, listen.
So anyway, maybe I need that hula hoop.
That's
Yeah, you're gonna
and it's
stand by for
weighted,
that.
by the way. It's a weighted hula hoop, so it's not just a. Anyway.
Oh, well, that makes a big difference.
100%.
That's not the junk you buy and you put in the corner.
Yeah, it's going to be heavy when you wheel that thing around. Anyway, so wait, you just celebrated your New Year, I heard, by taking your family. Tell me if this is true. You went to Universal Studios and Disney World in the same trip?
Yes, and you know that's how much I love my children. I am so fortunate because I was doing shows in Florida, and by the way, there's no pandemic in Florida. It's really
well, there's that.
So but like I get to bring my family on these trips, and there's always a moment during these amazing trips where I look at my children and I have the same thought: I'm never doing this again because it's too hard. It's too hard. That's why every dad on vacation looks like he lost a bet, because he did. He lost a bet.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is always a good day when the very funny Jim Gaffigan is around. So be sure and check out his special. It is streaming on Netflix. Coming up, we are heading into our vault to celebrate two huge stars, Diane Keaton and Bradley Cooper. Next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
And we're back on Popstar Plus with two great interviews from our vault to make some special birthdays in Hollywood. We're going to mark those two birthdays today, and we're going to start with the one and only Diane Keaton, who turned 76 years young today. Remember her 2003 movie, Something's Gotta Give? Well, here's a look back.
Diane Keaton has played some remarkable characters for more than 3 decades. She brought the quirky and likable Annie Hall to life in 1977, went for the darker role of Kay Adams Corleone in the Godfather trilogy, and was the endearing mother of the bride in the 1989 remake of Father of the Bride. Now Diane Keaton's latest role has her surprised to find her daughter dating a man twice her age.
I can't do anything. No! Oh, God! What is this? Okay, you stay where you are. We have a knife.
Do you live here?
Look, mister, I am going to dial 911, and you are not going to move. Zoe, hand me the phone.
No, you don't understand.
Yes, I have an intruder in my house. 29 Daniels Lane, Sagaponic.
I'm dating your daughter, Marin. She invited me here for the weekend. She's in her room right now changing.
Ah! You're dating my daughter?
Now, who would have thought that would be worse news?
Diane.
Okay, I love him.
Diane loves the fact that Mark Traub, our stage manager, is laughing. I said he's our human laugh track at every show. Needs one. You gotta have him. He laughs when it's not funny too, so don't be too flattered.
Oh dear.
But he genuinely thought that was funny, and it was, and you are in this movie.
I am in the movie.
Nancy Myers, who you collaborated with in Baby Boom and Father of the Bride, wrote this. And neither you nor she ever thought a movie like this would really be made, did you?
Well, I certainly didn't. I think Nancy did because she actually wrote it and spent all that time thinking about it. But to me, it was just like,
you sure, Ness? This is where you want to go. And yeah, she did it, though. And it exists, and it's fabulous.
It's very unusual, though, and of course,
It's
this
totally
is what everybody
unusual.
has been glomming onto,
Yeah.
the notion of a mature relationship.
Mature, that's
being
me.
portrayed, yeah, I love that word, mature.
I'm a mature woman.
Being portrayed on the big screen in Hollywood
Yeah.
without young, nubile things. But by the way, may I just say for the record, you look fantastic.
Oh, I love you. Thank you for saying that, but you look fantastic.
Oh, well, it's just a mutual admiration society. But no, really. And what do you make of the whole thing that people are making a huge deal of the fact that these are two older people having sex, falling in love, as lead characters in a big movie? Were you like, yeah, finally?
Yeah, I mean, of course I was. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it's the best of all possible worlds because, I mean, not only do I get to kiss Keanu and have a big romance with him, but I also get to have the same experience with Jack, and he's the original bad boy, and that's about as exciting as it gets. So, I mean, what's bad for me? As far as I'm concerned, it was just thrilling, and also, you're protected by the words. You know how it is. Like, Nancy's words are so beautiful, and it's so much fun you're safe. You're safe because in real life, as you know, when you fall in love, it's more precarious and frightening, but this was just like pure heaven to play. I mean, I think this is the dream of all actresses at any age in your life, is to play someone who falls in love and falls so deeply for the first time in her life. And I think it's really unusual that a woman age, 55, for the first time in her life falls in love.
Well, let's talk about her because I love the character because first of all, she's accomplished.
Yeah.
She's hugely intelligent.
Yeah.
But she's also as tightly wound as a drum, and right?
She's a little bit of a control freak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it must have been such a meaty role to sink your teeth in because she's so cool on so many levels, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, explain who she is. Her name's Erica Berry.
Erica Jane Berry, and she's and she's sort of the female equivalent of Neil Simon, right? I mean, that's how successful she is, and she has, of course, the fabulous house in the Hamptons and the most gorgeous daughter anybody could ever want.
And a nice twist.
Yeah.
To older women everywhere. Keanu Reeves, who plays an emergency room doctor, considerably
how about
younger
how great he is? Yeah,
than
considerably.
you, falls in love with you.
Me. I know. Go figure.
Love that. All right, we're going to look at a scene of where you're picked up for a date by Keanu Reeves, and guess who answers the door?
Look who's answering the door. And look who's at the door.
I brought you something. A heart-healthy dinner from our cafeteria.
Why, thank you.
Hello.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
I like the music behind it. You look hot. All right, so how much fun was it to work with Jack Nicholson? And can you please ask him if he'll do an interview with me? He is such...
Yeah, what's the matter with him?
What is the matter with him? Tell him he needs to sell this movie.
No, I mean, he's the king. He's the king of talk.
Did you have a great time, though?
Of course I had a great time. I had the most fun with him, though, for the 2 weeks that we were sort of stuck in bed together, semi-naked. And I really got to know a lot about Jack's love life, which is really interesting.
No, this is a family show, okay?
Okay, I'm
not sure what you're referring to.
But
you're scaring me.
He's a big Irish guy, he's a big sentimental slob, and he's a real fool for love. I mean,
Oh,
he's
you
a
say the
sucker,
sweetest
see?
thing.
But it's true, he really is.
Diane Keaton, happy birthday to you. And as we mentioned, there is another big birthday in Hollywood today. That is Mr. Bradley Cooper, who is 47. And back in 2012, he spoke to Willie Geist about his Oscar-nominated film, Silver Linings Playbook.
We were talking earlier about your role in this film, which, as I said, is getting great reviews. And you said your mother told you she sees a lot of you in the character, which on the one hand is, you're a Philly guy, you're an Eagles fan, but he's also bipolar.
Yes,
so,
he's got anger management issues, and a song can trigger a violent episode. Yeah, it's very autobiographic.
How'd you take that critique from your mom?
I took it harshly, I got to say, because she really meant it. I walked downstairs after we did a very intense scene, and that's what she said. She said, Bradley, it's like you're not acting. And I thought, what does that say?
I will say, though, you watch this movie, and yeah, it's a complicated group, and there's a little bit of insanity there. but you see your own family in some places, which is to say we're all a little messed up, but in the end it's about love and you all rally around each other. And people can relate.
And David O. Russell, all he cares about is making an authentic movie about a certain group of people that that you can relate to. So that is always the goal, is to make it real, which is why it was scary for me, because you got to go some places.
A little too close to real. You and Jennifer Lawrence have great chemistry in this film.
She's amazing.
And it all comes back to the ballroom dancing. Did you ever see yourself doing a movie where you were like doing a little tango?
We talked very much about Pulp Fiction and that scene between Travolta and Uma Thurman.
There's some of that in there, isn't there?
I mean, and that was conscious. David wanted to create. I mean, that clip doesn't really show
that was in the early rehearsals.
But it's a very bipolar dance they do. But it's a heck of a way to meet somebody, is to actually be in a very tight.
Wow.
Yeah, that happened right there. Yep.
That'll help you get to know your co-star a little bit, right? Nice to meet you, Jennifer.
And that just proves, we had no stand-in. That was us, for better or for worse.
You're not bad, I got to say. I first met you when the first Wedding Crashers movie came out.
Yeah.
It was Wedding Crashers, then the first Hangover movie, and then you do Limitless. Now you're back with De Niro. Do you ever stop and say, that was only 7 years ago? I kind of burst onto the scene, and here I am with one of my heroes.
Well, I mean, I never felt like there was any bursting going on. It just felt pretty just sort of incremental. Yes. The De Niro thing's insane. And we actually went back to the actor's studio where I first asked him a question, and we did the sort of Q&A there together, which is, But look, the truth is, the fact that I'm here on the Today Show is ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing is really crazy.
Well, so you're a humble guy, as you just displayed.
I'm grateful, that's for sure.
Sexiest man alive, we know all about that stuff. You're a good guy, you're a smart guy. And then on top of all that, you do this to the rest of us. Let's watch this clip right here.
On ne sait pas qu'on était en train de faire du film à Las Vegas avec un homme chinois qui jetait une voiture sans vêtements, que ça va être gagner beaucoup de succès, hein?
Bradley, I guess my question is,
screw that guy.
When is enough for you? How about leaving a little for the rest of us, man? That's not cool. We were talking about De Niro. I guess I want to ask you, how to put this? Quel effet ça fait à travailler avec une icône comme Robert De Niro? C'est comme une rêve devient réalité?
Oui, c'est vrai. Et c'est une expérience extraordinaire pour moi. Personne deux fois dans 2 ans. Ouais. Dis-moi, je connais pas comment on peut faire ça. Merci pour la question.
Ah bon?
Oui.
And a big happy birthday to Bradley. And don't forget Diane. That's going to do it for today's Pop Star Plus, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. And be sure and check us right back here tomorrow, same time. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. There you are. Today, all day. I know, exactly. But it's for a good reason. It's for Today in 30. Our favorite digital show.
Yes, we're already halfway through the first week of 2022. We've got a packed half-hour hit for you.
We're going to start with the fallout from that days-long chaos for the drivers stranded in snow and ice and cold on I-95. And brace yourselves, because Mr. Roker is tracking new winter storms, and it could definitely spell more trouble for millions.
And then our guy, Harris Smith, went on another amazing adventure. This time, Harris introducing us to a Montana cowboy who made what's perhaps the best dinosaur fossil discovery ever.
Well, that's saying something. Plus, celebrity trainer Bob Harper showed us how to add fun to our workouts with some of the biggest fitness trends on social media.
And then the host of E's Daily Pop, Justin Sylvester, he paid a visit, and he's the guy who knows just about everything going on in Hollywood. This morning, he gave us the scoop. You ready?
That's right. They call it Trends Day Wednesday on the 4th hour.
Let's hit play on this episode of
Today in 30. Let's start with NBC's Tom Costello in Arlington with the very latest. Tom, good morning to you.
Yeah, just an utter disaster out on the roads. The good news, I-95 is flowing again this morning, that critical artery here on the East Coast. They finally got it open last night at about 9 o'clock, but then guess what happened? All those people finally got off I-95 after being stuck for more than 24 hours in some cases, but now they're stuck on all the side roads. Route 1 backed up for another 7, 8, 9 hours. So here's I-95 this morning, courtesy of Virginia Department of Transportation, flowing well after people were stuck 24 plus hours, no food, no water, no restrooms, many of them running out of fuel. They had to abandon their cars. How could this happen? Thousands of drivers in Virginia trapped for 20 plus hours in frigid temps along a nearly 50-mile stretch of the East Coast's busiest highway, I-95. State officials blame a perfect storm of conditions, including rapidly decreasing temperatures and an enormous amount of snow in a short period of time.
The snowfall rates were 2 to 3 and even 4 inches per hour.
All of it coupled with several inches of ice kept tow trucks from being able to move those multiple jackknifed big rigs blocking traffic. Andrew Stein spent 27 hours in his car, sleeping in it overnight.
Abandoned cars everywhere. People either ran out of gas or got stuck in the snow.
He, like many others, forced to decide between saving gas and staying warm. For those able to leave their cars, many gas stations were out of fuel or without power. As cars slowly started to clear the interstate late Tuesday, local roads became overwhelmed with traffic. Vanya Messiah and her 2 young children in the car. She feared the worst as the temperatures fell, even asking first responders passing by for help.
I was begging her. I was like, can you please just take my kids? You don't need to take us. Just take my kids, please. I kept thinking, they're going to die in this cold.
That EMS worker brought Messiah and her family to his ambulance, where they managed to get some rest.
26 and a half hours.
Virginia Senator Tim Kaine's typically 2-hour journey from Richmond to D.C. took more than a day.
I had 1 orange and 1 Dr. Pepper. That was the entire nutrition consumed in the 26 and a half hours.
One bright spot, a local bakery truck that was stuck with everybody else passed out bread to hungry folks in dozens of cars. One thankful woman called it one of the kindest moments she has ever witnessed. Imagine if you're stuck in that traffic for hours with your kids or you've got an elderly relative. It was an absolute disaster. The governor of Virginia asked, why didn't he call out the National Guard? He said, listen, we had the manpower. It would have taken up to 24 hours to get the National Guard mobilized. And then what? I-95 in that stretch has very few off-ramps. How would you get the National Guard into the middle of I-95, which is bumper to bumper? Just really an epic meltdown. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, thank you very much.
We are back with our special NBC News series on the state of extremism on the eve of the first anniversary of the Capitol insurrection.
Among those now serving prison time for their roles in the riot, Texas real estate broker Jenna Ryan.
She sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC's senior national correspondent Kate Snow. Kate, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. About 700 people were arrested after the Capitol riot from 45 different states, as young as 18 to 80 years old, accused of a range of crimes. Jenna Ryan pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor, and she got a 60-day sentence. That's one of the longest for defendants who were not accused of any violence that day. But we spoke with her to get a better sense for what drove her to be there on that day, and how does she feel now about her actions.
We're going to go down and storm the Capitol.
USA! We're all going to be up here, and we're going to be breaking those windows.
This was Jenna Ryan 1 year ago.
No, you cannot take our country!
A real estate broker in Dallas, she was invited to ride on a private jet to D.C.
If it comes down to war, guess what? I'm going to be there.
Recording and live streaming it all.
Life or death, it doesn't matter.
Those videos became evidence for prosecutors, and in December, she was preparing for prison. In your letter to the judge, you said you deeply regret entering the Capitol that day.
Yes.
Do you regret it now as you sit here?
Absolutely, yeah. I regret that 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
You were in the U.S. Capitol, the legislative branch of our government.
Right.
And you say you're a proud American.
Right.
I think it's hard for people to reconcile why you thought it was okay to march up the steps and go inside at all.
So to march up the steps, to me, I didn't notice any barricades. I came in after the fact.
But you could tell there were broken windows, right? In fairness,
well,
couldn't hang on,
you tell? I didn't really, you don't really notice. You're just walking up and we're just like, and there's a bunch of people. You're more focused on people.
Had you seen the violence, what would you have done? If you had seen people breaking the windows, busting through barricades, running over Capitol police officers, pushing them out of the way.
Who knows?
When Cynthia McFadden first interviewed Ryan for Today last January, she had just been arrested.
The FBI raided my house and took my phone, my computer, and my MAGA hat.
Months later, she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor for illegally entering the Capitol. Her lawyers were asking for probation, but she continued to post on social media. You wrote, "Sorry, I have blonde hair, white skin, a great job, a great future, and I'm not going to jail."
Sorry, haters. Sorry, haters. I'm sorry.
Did you think that you weren't going to jail because of all those things?
No. No, I thought so because I had just talked to my attorney who had talked to the prosecutor, and I was so relieved. And then after that tweet, it's like, oh, you're screwed.
Do you think that tweet was directly linked to the reason you are going to prison?
I would say so. Yeah.
Seamus Hughes, deputy director of the program on extremism at George Washington University, has been tracking the January 6th cases.
Jenna Ryan's interesting because she's not interesting. In many ways, she's kind of an example of the rest of the 700 cases. An individual who was drawn into the process, kind of went down the rabbit hole and live streamed her crimes. Now, these are folks that didn't think they were doing anything wrong.
Ryan admits she's used her notoriety to build a following. She also says her real estate business has suffered. Do you have clients call you and say, "I can't work with you anymore"?
Yes, I did.
Still, she has expressed few regrets.
I would love it if people would change their mind and love me and respect the fact that I have a right to believe as I believe, that I have accepted responsibility. I'm going to do my time, and then I'm going to move on with my life.
This morning, Jenna Ryan is still sitting in federal prison. She tells me that she has a literary agent. She's planning on writing a book. She also says she supports former President Trump and hopes that he'll run in 2024. Savannah.
All right, Kate, thank you very much.
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Valerie Bertinelli.
All right, it just needs to.
Welcome back this morning on Mr. Smith Goes To, an inside look at a groundbreaking discovery.
Yeah, Harry's traveling in time this morning. A T-Rex fossil found together with a Triceratops, the two dinosaurs, appearing to be caught in a fatal fight. And Harry, you visited the cowboy in Montana who helped unearth these incredible fossils.
Well, for folks who have been in the West, like especially in the Dakotas, in Montana and Wyoming, little pieces like this of dinosaur, they're on the ground, I mean, kind of like all over the place. So we went out to Montana to meet a real live cowboy dinosaur hunter. And what he found is going to be on display in a museum in North Dakota in the not too distant future in a way like you have never seen before.
On a ranch down the longest piece of gravel road we've ever seen, Clayton Phipps feeds his cattle. Up here along Montana's Missouri Breaks, it doesn't seem to rain anymore.
This is the worst drought I've ever seen. The old timers are even saying it's the worst one they've ever seen.
The price of hay is so high, Phipps has had to sell some of his cattle. Can't afford to feed them. Some years back, though, while working as a hand on another ranch, he met a man searching for fossils.
And I thought, wait a minute, you went out and found a rock and you're going to sell it $500. I bet I could do that. Literally. And so I started looking.
And that is what Phipps does. He hunts dinosaur fossils. You may have seen him on Discovery.
Good job, Clayton. Yeah. So then what I do is I follow the bone trail up.
Right.
what I call the bone trail, and I try to find the source. And as I walked up the hill, I could see some more bits rolling down the hill here.
Oh, I see. The bits often lead to something larger.
But hang on a second, this guy right here?
Yep, that's one.
That's a piece of dinosaur.
Yep.
A piece, it looks like, of a triceratops. Yup, a triceratops. This guy.
You know, you start imagining what the animal may have looked like, or what kind of environment it lived in.
Yeah.
How it reacted with other critters, and it's just fun to think about.
Phipps' imagination was sent sideways 15 years ago when he came across not one, but two full dinosaur skeletons, a T-Rex looking for all the world like it was about to take a bite out of a triceratops.
Yes, we just probably made the discovery of the century in paleontology. We were blessed. I got nothing else for you. We got lucky.
After a decade or more of legal quicksand, the so-called dueling dinosaurs have escaped to the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences.
So if you look closely right here, you'll see a broken tooth. This is a tyrannosaur tooth. It's actually embedded in the back of the triceratops. This is like our silver bullet, these little pieces of evidence that we can use to piece together what actually happened to these two animals that day 67 million years ago.
It's a stop action.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like literally 67 million years ago.
Exactly.
Dr. Lindsay Zano is the head of paleontology here. The specimens are not yet on display. She gave us a rare inside look.
Every bone in its skeleton from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail. The most complete tyrannosaur in all of North America.
Do we think he's a juvenile or a teenager?
That's a great question. And in another 5 years, I'll answer you. No, we know this is not an adult.
To be this close to a T-Rex was much, much better than any movie.
You have to run your finger along these teeth.
I can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're serrated like a steak knife. So these animals literally just had a mouthful of knives.
Look at that.
Which explains why Dr. Zano went to the trouble of raising millions of dollars to bring the bones to North Carolina, where the museum is expanding to make room for a one-of-a-kind display.
Yeah, first we're gonna build that space in a lab that's fit for them and make it so that the public can actually walk inside the lab. Now, imagine if everyone can share in this experience that you and I are having. And it's so important these days that we break down that barrier, we make science transparent and accessible to the public so they can understand what scientists are actually doing and then have trust and faith in science.
Back in Montana, Clayton Phipps says every day the fossils are left to the elements is a day closer to their disintegration. Time's a wasted for these 67-million-year-old bones.
Yeah, one more winter, and you'll see when you get up there and look at it, one more winter, and it would have been, most of that piece that's left is gone. Well, we're saving another dinosaur right now.
That's
from certain extinction.
And of course, just to reiterate, the museum is in Raleigh, North Carolina, and this exhibit is going to be amazing. Imagine being able to take your kids through there and say, look at this with the scientists right there. Fantastic.
I'm
That's
gonna play the story
amazing.
back for Dell later.
Oh, that's
He still
true.
loves dinosaurs. Harry, it kind of makes you wonder what else is out west under the soil.
Well, I know with some of the stuff, as erosion continues with the wind and the occasional rain, these bones just basically come right up to the surface.
Wow.
So if you're the cowboy, you're like, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of this. There are people in the scientific community that say, we don't like the way you do this, and sometimes these fossils go to the highest bidder, which cuts the museums out of the process. So it's not without some controversy, just like everything else.
What was I saying? Once you got the humans involved. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
that's it.
Yeah, Harry.
I'll bring you back some dinosaur pieces.
Oh,
Cool.
that's great.
Thank
Mouthful
you, Harry.
of knives.
I know. That's memorable.
And of course, the Craig Melvin T-Rex. Those little short arms you can never get in those pockets.
Yes, I know.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivering.
All right, it just made it too.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, so we know TikTok is known for dance challenges, recipe inspiration, but there's a whole community of TikTokers.
Yeah, so they use social media to share fun fitness videos. And our friend, celebrity trainer Bob Harper, is here to fill us in on some of the biggest workout trends and maybe even start one of his own. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning. How is everyone?
We're doing great. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
You look fantastic. All right, so let's dig in. Our first trend is a push-up challenge. Celebs like, I saw this one. Carrie Underwood did it. Jenna Dewan, they've tried it. Tell us what it's all about and what areas it works.
Well, first of all, I think that TikTok is genius because of all the fitness inspiration that they give. So all of a sudden, everyone started doing this left-right challenge.
Yep.
And it's a push-up challenge where you're down on the ground in a plank position, and you got to start tapping your shoulders, and then you got to do a mountain climber. I mean, it's core strength.
And it's to the beat of music, Bob. Like, it's like, you know?
That's right. And that's what I love about TikTok, too, because it's all about the music. And I mean, you just get so inspired because, like, when I saw this challenge, I thought, there I am. I was like, let me get down on the ground and see if I can do it. It was really hard, but it was a lot of fun. I liked it.
That's cool.
All right. Okay, so I know about weighted jump ropes, but now we've gone full circle with weighted hula hoops?
Okay, Al. This hula hoop has become the bane of my existence because I consider myself to be a fit person. I can do things. I'm mobile. I'm agile. This thing was really difficult because the diameter is so much smaller than a normal hula hoop.
Yeah.
So I liked it because, A, it was a lot of fun. It made me laugh. It frustrated me. And also, you know what? Anything to get somebody up and moving and to work your core strength. I mean, look, these people are having a great time.
They're killing it. Is it heavy? Yeah. Like, is it hard?
It's not like, 10 pounds or something, but it's a few pounds. And normally with that weight, it makes it a little bit easier. Not with this. Look at that girl. I can't do it like that.
Wow.
That's crazy.
But you know what? If it gets somebody up and moving, it's worth a try, right? I mean, that's
right,
the whole
Chanel.
point.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, so this next one I haven't seen. It's called the Hot Girl Walk.
Oh, you do that every day?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I've been taking my hot girl walk a lot lately in the city, I got to tell you. But what I like about this is that it is a great low-impact activity that you are moving for about 4 miles. And during the 4 miles, you think about your goals. You really put your thoughts into words, and it's a real good motivator, and you just can get yourself on track, which I think is super important.
Okay.
So, Bob, we talked about the push-up challenge. You have now created a squat challenge? How does this work?
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that one of you guys is going to do it, especially Chanel.
So here's the thing. I'll try it. I have on heels, but, I'm yours.
Can you show us how it's done?
Okay, I'm going to move over to this camera.
Okay.
The challenge, okay, Chanel, I want you to imagine that you have your shoes on. So you need to be up on your heels as high as you can,
Okay.
and reach your arms forward, okay?
Okay.
And you're about 6 inches apart. Okay, you look good. Now from there, you gotta go low into that squat. But think about keeping those heels all the way up. You're doing good.
Woohoo!
Come up.
Ooh, that's something.
Drop your heels down.
You doing it, Al?
Knees together, Chanel.
Knees together.
Knees together.
Okay. See, knees together.
Do the exact same thing. Now
This
you
is
gotta
hard.
go all the way down.
Look how steady you are. Well,
And
of
you
course,
gotta
because you're you.
hold.
Wow. All right. Well, Bob,
All right,
thank
Bob,
you so
thank
much.
you so
I think we're
much.
pretty much done with that. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Bob
Long,
Harper.
lean legs for
Love
the
you.
summer. Okay.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Guys, it's gonna be good today. It's Wednesday. I'm back. I have a surprise for you on this Trends Day Wednesday. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, we just love seeing this man's face in this beautiful sweater. He's our pal and the host of E's Daily Pop, Justin Sylvester.
Yes, he knows everything that's going on in Hollywood. Justin, we haven't seen you since before the holidays, so we have a lot to catch up on today.
Oh, we have a lot to catch up on. First things first,
Yes?
Chanel, you're welcome. Sex Life was my idea, so you can go ahead and thank me.
Wait, did you tell
via
Jenna
Venmo.
and then Jenna told me? Was it like a little a game there?
Yes, that's true.
Well, thank you.
And the second thing is, we have a new year.
Yes.
I like to start the new year off fresh.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and change the look a little bit of what we're doing.
Okay.
So Trends Day Wednesday is so 2021.
I'm here for it.
I'm going to rebrand this The Scoop for 2022.
Oh, yes, baby. I love
scoop.
Don't you like
I
that you're
like it.
rebranding it? We need our own cups. You know what I mean? And let's get rid of that
We do
Daily
need our
Pop
own
and
cups.
just do the scoop. Okay?
Yes, I'm in.
All right, so Justin, let's talk about Janet Jackson. We're so excited about this documentary.
You guys, we are getting the first look at this Janet Jackson documentary. It's coming at the end of this month. Janet has been one of the most private celebrities, icons we have ever known. But now Janet is ready to take control of her narrative. The trailer recently just dropped. I am shook. Let's take a look at this exclusive look.
Wait, is this for real?
Wait,
I was like, wait, that's me.
I know.
That's you. No, hold on. Actually, give them the real video. Let's show them the real trailer of the Janet doc.
Janet is very private.
For her to want to open up, I'm flabbergasted.
Did the allegations affect you career-wise?
Yeah. Guilty by association. Guess that's what they call that, right? They build you up, and then once you get there, they're so quick to tear you down.
Justin and his team have been trying to contact us about you doing the Super Bowl.
Redoing it? Oh, this is going to be good. Jen and I are talking back to the TV. That's how you know.
Yes, wait, what is the biggest surprise here? There's a lot of Justin talk, it sounds like.
The fact that Justin Timberlake reached out to Janet Jackson to perform at the Super Bowl, this all happened before his public apology earlier last year. I can't believe that was even in conversations because Janet and Justin have not had any contact, but if I were her, I think I would have done it. Would you have gone back on the stage with him?
To do it again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's going to be a talker. And then she also talks about being a mom. I mean, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a good doc.
And look, Chanel, I know you're a super fan, so you know, like in the 80s and the 90s, there was all these rumors about this secret baby that she had and put up for adoption. She's actually going to talk about that as well.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Okay,
Yeah.
so new year, new bachelor. We've fallen off. Oh, you don't still watch
I've fallen off.
We've fallen off, so
Yeah.
tell us everything.
Oh, girl, well, get back on because
Okay.
this is a messy season. And I love a messy season. But first off, the Bachelor's name is Clayton. The man is 6'5".
Wow.
He got a 9 to 5, and he played for the Seattle Seahawks. Need I said more? Okay,
there
look
you
at this
go.
man.
Yes.
But you know what? It's not about him. The ladies always bring the mess, starting with the limo arrivals. One woman brought an urn that she said contained her ex's ashes. Another woman brought a snake, and another showed up in a hot tub.
Wait, what?
If you show up with an urn or
Yeah.
a snake, I don't know. Yeah.
You're not getting a
You're
rose.
not getting a rose.
No, or in a hot tub.
You're not getting a rose.
You're not getting a
But
rose.
check this out. That wasn't even the messiest part. One contestant named Sally, girl, she showed up at his hotel and dropped a bomb that she was engaged just days before coming to the show. And guess what? You know, everyone loves a little toxic in their relationship. He gave her ass a rose on the spot,
No,
and she
Justin.
didn't take it. She turned him down.
What?
Oh, this is the plot thickens here.
Yes. Okay.
Still not the messiest moment.
What?
There
Is
was
there
a
another?
woman there who got Andy Cohen New Year's Eve lit, you know what I'm talking about? And she told everybody that she hated Clayton. You gotta see this.
Okay. Hated him.
Everyone's like, hey, can I sell you out? And I was like, go. He sucks.
All of us are stoked on Clayton. And it's just like, girl, that's my dream guy. Like, shut up.
Did you talk to him? Yeah, I hated it.
How are you gonna go about, are you gonna tell him?
No.
I've like overheard Claire like saying some things, and I think that you should talk to her.
What exactly was she saying? I mean,
She was like, oh, I hate him.
I hate him. I don't know.
you hate me?
No, I don't hate you. I feel like we just haven't like clicked.
Oh, well, then you don't get a rose either.
Wait, sorry, Justin, the word in the Hager household, the word hate is pretty strong.
Yeah, we don't
right?
even allow
She
it.
barely
Right?
knows the fella.
Right? It's so crazy that she would say that. And then when he confronted her, was like, oh, I never said that. I
like,
cannot
oh, we
wait
have it
for
on
this
tape, my
season.
friend.
It
It's
is
a reality
all kinds
show.
of messy.
All kinds of messy. You just put us back on.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we
Thank you,
love you,
Justin.
Justin. Happy 2022.
He's so fun.
He's the best, right?
He's so fun.
Okay, and you can catch Justin weekdays on Daily Pop on our sister network, E!
Well, won't you join us for another great morning tomorrow on Today? Giada De Laurentiis is going to pay us a visit. She's sharing a few great tips for lightening up your meals in 2022.
Have a great day. We'll see you all.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Divine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Divine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it did pretty good.
Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, what crab, lobster? Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much I've always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Valerie.
All right, it just fit too.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
And what I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it not tastes good,
right, exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, you want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, you want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because, I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
it's having crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Hawk, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
I-95 nightmare. The fallout grows over that chaos on one of the nation's busiest highways. The interstate finally back open after some drivers were stranded in the snow and bitter cold for nearly 2 full days.
I was begging her. I was like, can you please just take my kids? You don't need to take us. Just take my kids, please.
This morning, what went